Okay, we will call to order at 7:02. And a roll call, please.
Shonarama.
Here.
Hitzman.
Here.
Martin.
Here.
Maselli.
Here.
Oster. Wolf.
Here.
Frazier.
Here. And please stand for the pledge. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty.
Member Josh Oster to participate electronically.
So moved.
Second.
And a roll call, please.
Shonarama.
Yes.
Hitzman.
Yes.
Martin.
Yes.
Maselli.
Yes.
Wolf.
Here, yes.
Frazier.
Okay.
Cover all your bases.
Got it, do it all.
Josh, Josh, can you hear us? We can't hear you.
You're muted.
You are muted.
Right, yes, I can hear you.
And can you just state your name?
Josh Oster?
Perfect. Thanks, Josh.
Yep.
Okay. We will move on to item 4.
So we have some special visitors with us this evening, and to introduce our first special visitor is Ms. Gassett.
Okay, good evening, board. I'm Candace Gassett, principal of Schilling School, and I am honored and very proud of one of my students, Amelia Burbank, who last year as a 3rd grader watched a YouTube video and was very inspired to take a look at our playground and playgrounds in the area and how to make them become more inclusionary. So she set out, went to school the next day, talked with her 3rd grade teacher. Her 3rd grade teacher was reaching out to me saying she has a student who's super invested in wanting to fundraise for our school to just create more inclusionary opportunities for kids. So she reached out to Tim Russ, I think, at that point, and then we invited her in to a meeting. It just, things all aligned. We were actually working with some playground designers at the time with grant money and PTO funds to improve our playground as it was. So we invited her into that process to take a look at equipment. She got to share kind of what she learned. And then she actually approached the Homer Glen Abilities Awareness Committee as well for their support. So just getting all these groups to come together to work together, which they were very supportive of. And then through that, she came up with her ideas with her parents and her grandparents and her uncle were all behind her, a big family affair, and they put together a community yard sale in Heritage Park where she raised money for this fundraiser. And not only did she raise money for the fundraiser for the playground, but they also donated new toys to Silver Cross, the pediatrics floor, as well as gently used items that weren't sold to a resale shop in New Lenox. So just all around doing wonderful things for the community. So tonight we're recognizing her for her leadership and her student agency. This is exactly what we hope to promote within our schools and our community, just ways for kids to think about how they could be change makers, how we can help instill values of becoming a productive and positive citizen, and she just exemplifies all of that. But she did raise, again, through the community yard sale and with her family's support, her mother's business, her grandfather, matching it through Thrive & Company, Rick and Val Madal and Lance Draher, her uncle. She was able to raise $11,522. So congratulations to Amelia Burbank, who really had a dream and put a vision together and achieved it. She's awesome. So
Great.
Good
job.
That is great. Very proud of you for your student leadership and for your fundraiser title, your act of kindness, which is wonderful.
Small certificate for you. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank
Amelia, I'm gonna put you on the spot. We always take pictures.
Want to step up here with
Is it okay if we stay with you and Ms. Gassett?
Nothing like being in the seats. Whatever you're comfortable with, either or whatever you want to do. Wherever you know, use that. You're fine. 1, 2, 3.
Can we do one with just you for mom and
I
dad?
think so. I think that's
Nobody's looking at you.
Great job.
Amelia, do you happen to remember the YouTube video that you were inspired by?
Yes, it was a girl who was disabled and she was in a wheelchair, and they went to the local park, and the local park had put in a wheelchair sign.
Well, I am glad that you found that video. So
Yeah.
All right. Introduce Ms. Hale.
Our next group is our state cross-country group, so I'm excited to introduce Miss Hale. Welcome, everybody. I want to give a little recap of our successful season.
Good evening, Dr. Shoppy and Board of Education. Coach Hale and I are here specifically to recognize 4 of our athletes that had an outstanding cross-country season this year. Brady Slowick, Noyes Kabilias, Emily Mack, and Juliana Tito has come down with a sickness today, so unfortunately she cannot make it tonight. These 4 athletes started off the regular season strong, with Emily and Juliana both medaling at the Bobcat Breakout Invitational, and Brady and Noyes both medaling at the Shanahan Invitational. At our conference race, Noyes finished 3rd, Brady finished 6th, and Emily finished in 14th place. Overall, the boys team placed 3rd and the girls team placed 4th in conference. For the postseason sectional race, Noyes finished 4th, Juliana finished 8th, Brady finished 12th, and Emily finished 17th. Due to these 4 athletes running so well at sectionals, they individually earned a spot to run at the state 4A boys and girls races. We are so extremely proud of their hard work and determination to get to the state race, and proud of how they ran at the state race. As one of the IESA officials at state said, it is an accomplishment to make it that far as the best of the best runners in the state. We owe the success of the season to 2 groups of people. First, we'd like to thank our parents for all the continued support and dedication through the season. They're constantly organizing their schedules to have their student athletes attend practices or on multiple sports, dropping off early at Saturday invitations, driving fast after work to cheer them on during a weekday meet, and even helping them take down very large tents once the invitationals were finished for the day. Their support is unmatched. Second, we're very appreciative of the assistance from the district to be able to have our cross-country program function so well. One example of this is that our bus transportation has always been able to transport us to meets with plenty of adequate time to warm up, as other districts have to arrive at meets and run straight to the starting line right before the race begins. In conclusion, we are extremely proud of what these cross-country runners were able to accomplish this season, and we do have 2 8th grade athletes that will not be returning, so we will miss them a bunch, and they are very, very lucky at their next high school to get them as runners. Great job this season.
Great job, guys. So before Mr. Trezek gives your guys' certificates, I just have a question. At that conference meeting, did you guys have those birthday cupcakes before the race or after? You did it after. Cupcake. Brady.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Emily.
Right. Oh, sorry. Oh.
Special.
You guys. I want you guys up there.
Okay,
Of
great.
course, you're gonna, that's fantastic.
One, 2, 3.
They won't get too close to each other, the boys and the girls. They act like they have.
Great job, guys, and to our Pledgeant High School to our students. All right. All our special visitors, thanks for coming out tonight.
A certain big brother.
Should we check the sheet? The sheet. No one can check.
We'll pay no attention to that when we had the.
Okay, we will move on. We have no one signed up to speak tonight, so we will move on to the, yes. Oh, you are? Did you sign the sheet? Do we have a sheet?
You want to fill it out?
Just throw your name on there.
Yeah.
That would be great. I apologize. Just give us 1 second, let Aaron, if you could read the audience norms.
All right. So for public meeting audience norms, all cell phones should be silenced. Refrain from talking or applauding during discussion throughout the meeting. If you'd like to address the board at the meeting, may complete the citizens' comment form prior to the meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board. These 3 minutes cannot be transferred to another petitioner to speak in your place. Please state the purpose for addressing the board at the beginning of your statements, and there will be no responses from the board during this time. All right, Ms. Ruggiero?
If you could, thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Crystal Ruggiero, and can you hear me? Or is this like for that?
That's for the,
Okay,
yeah, we can
okay.
hear you.
And I'm the mother of Cameron Ruggiero, a 4th grader who once attended Butler School. When Cameron was at Butler, he flourished. The teachers, staff, and leadership, especially Dr. Ernesto, understood him. They didn't see a behavior problem. They saw a bright, curious boy with energy and a tender heart who sometimes just needed extra patience and movement breaks. They practiced compassion, not punishment, and it showed in his growth. Since transferring to Taft Elementary, progress has slipped away. I want to be clear, I don't blame anyone personally. I know educators are under a lot of pressure and doing the best that they can. But the environment simply does not fit Cameron's needs. He's been yelled at, physically handled, denied restroom access, and repeatedly stripped of recess and sensory breaks written into the IEP. Those are not privileges, they're supports that help him function. Without them, he shuts down, and then it's documented as refusal to work. The past few months have been heartbreaking. Cameron has gone from loving school to crying at the thought of going. His confidence is gone, and every day feels like there's another step backwards. No parent should have to choose between their child's education and their emotional safety. I'm not asking for special treatment, I'm asking for the right placement. Butler has the trauma-informed, patient environment that allows him to learn. I know he can thrive here again. I've already filed a report with DCFS and begun legal process, but I truly hope we can resolve this with cooperation and heart, not conflict. I want to work with the district, not against it. I love this community. My husband built our family home just a few minutes from Butler with his own hands, and we're thinking about selling it to move back towards this way. But if it means forcing Cameron into a setting that continues to harm him, I will do whatever it takes to protect him, even if that means temporary separation from our home. That's how serious our family is. So tonight, I'm asking mother to educators to please consider granting a special transfer placement back to Butler or another trauma-informed setting and give him a chance to feel safe, respected, and success again. Dr. Ernesto told me that she would love to have Cameron back. And I hope the board can make it possible. When schools and families work together with compassion, children like Cameron don't just survive, they thrive. Thank you for listening and caring about the children the way that you guys do. And all of us to fight for this future. Thank you.
Okay, we are gonna move on to item 5, the consent agenda. I'm gonna turn it over to you, Al, and then Craig.
Good evening, everybody. Al Perkis, Assistant Superintendent for Finance. Just wanted to go over the September financial performance for the district. In September, the district expended $8.39 million and received $23.35 million, which resulted in an increase to our fund balance of $14.97 million. We started the month with $34.85 million and ended the month with $49.82 million. Operating expenditures during September totaled $5.95 million. That's about $942,000 higher than expected for the month. Operating expenditures for September of '25 were up $1.39 million or 30.53% from the same month last year. The 30.35% change stems primarily from an increase of $364,000 in salaries and benefits year over year. Oh, what just happened? Something.
I think we lost.
That should be,
Josh.
hold on, that should be here. It should be this one.
Is Josh still there?
We're back in business.
Josh is still there.
Yeah.
I'm still here. Okay.
Yeah, we're back. So $364,000 increase in salaries year over year and benefits, $103,000 increase in purchase services, half of which was for outsourced transportation services. A $134,000 increase in supplies, mostly instructional software licenses, and the big one was an $812,000 increase in non-capital equipment, which was mostly new shelving, furniture, and signage for Hadley and the junior high. Those were then partially offset by a $56,000 reduction in capital equipment and termination benefits. So it was really the new non-capital equipment for these two buildings that wasn't actually part of the construction project. It was other equipment that we bought there. Revenues excluding the capital projects fund for the month were $23.31 million, which is $1.64 million lower than expected for the month, and $392,000 lower than what the district collected last September. Fiscal year to date, as of September 30th, revenues are $419,000 lower and expenditures are $283,000 higher than anticipated. So a bit of a flip-flop. We don't usually find ourselves in this position where the revenues are on the low side and the expenditures are on the high side, but this was kind of a one-off month because of that huge expense for the non-capital equipment for these two buildings. So we actually got additional revenues in this month that will make up for some of the difference in the lower revenues last month. And I wouldn't expect to see that same problem with the expenditures going forward. That was a one-time hit basically for this September. Are there any questions?
Couple, just small ones. Assuming salaries and benefits are gonna continue on the track it's on. Purchase services, year over year, we're up. We assume that's going to continue as well for the outsourced transportation costs.
The outsourced transportation costs are definitely higher, yes.
Okay, and we see those keep going. The instructional software licenses, is this annual?
Yeah, they're not all purchased at the same time, so there could be some discrepancies in terms of exactly what month they hit. So I wouldn't put too much in terms of this specific month of them being high. But overall, those do continue to climb.
Yep, it's just all stacked together. Okay.
Yep. Any other questions? Okay.
Thanks, Al.
Sure.
All right, Craig, we'll go back to you.
And I just want to bring to the board's attention, last month we reviewed for the first time the policy 8:80 gifts to the district spreadsheet. I have included that spreadsheet in consent agenda. Any changes, revisions, anything that was taken off are highlighted in, on the spreadsheet. Thanks, Mary Lou. So we'll just include that in the consent agenda every month, just so the board can track and see any updates to that. Also, at last month's board meeting, as I just stated, a new process regarding the gifts to the district was reviewed with the public. During that discussion, a question was raised about how funds were distributed at two of our buildings. It was communicated at the time that teachers at Young Elementary were not provided with checks from the PTO, and then upon further review, we did discover that that was a misunderstanding, so I apologize for that. In fact, all certified staff at Young received a $200 check, just as all certified staff at Butler did. So I want to share with everybody, appreciate the opportunity to clarify that, and thank our PTOs for all that they do to support our students and staff at all of our buildings.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Shappy. Does anyone on the board have any questions or comments about any items on the consent agenda?
Oh, can I add one thing? I'm sorry, I forgot, I wrote it down and I forgot to mention it. We're doing an additional check run. There was one check that was missed for Guiding Light Academy, and it'll go on next month's
So it'll be
bills list.
this month, but on next month.
Yeah, and it's a big one for $21,000, so we couldn't hold that back, so I just wanted to let you know.
Thanks, Al. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, on item 5, we are seeking a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. And a roll call, please.
Itzman?
Yes.
Martin?
Yes.
Maselli? Yes. Oster?
Yes.
Wolf?
Yes.
Shawarama?
Yes.
And Tracy?
Yes. Okay, we will move on to item 6, informational reports, Homework Council. Stephanie and Wendy, how are you guys? Hello.
Tuesday.
You've got
Happy
smiles
Tuesday.
on your face, so that's good.
It's Halloween week.
Is that what it is?
Okay.
Yeah, they know us there. Good evening, everyone. We are representing our Teachers Homework Council, Wendy Bruin,
Stephanie
Piper. We are. It's a pleasure to be here in October. We just started second quarter, and teachers continue to do amazing things. Even with it feels like we had reported last month that it feels like a heavy year, just heavy with curriculum, piloting, creating all those things. So that, on top of a normal year. So we continue to advocate for teachers. Obviously, our teachers are advocating for themselves as well, letting administration know what we need, and we're hopefully coming up with some unique solutions too along the way that would be appropriate. So we're always looking, thinking outside the box. Thank you. We missed our custodial staff appreciation, but we'd like to say thank you to the custodial staff and also our bus drivers. So Ms. Sink is here, and just let them know we're very thankful for their passion and their flexibility in what they do, and they provide a safe way for our students to get to our very clean and safe building. So we appreciate all the hard work they do throughout our district. Our Homework Council will be working with our support staff council again this year with our food drive, our holiday food drive that's coming up. So if anybody's in the buildings and goes by one of our staff lounges, usually the boxes are in there, supporting our Lockport Fish Pantry. So if anybody would like to, donate, we have those boxes available. We want to lift up our communities with this collection, so be on a lookout again for those. And we've been one of the locals that seem to provide a lot for our area. So we've won some fun gift cards for the fish pantry as well, because we have worked pretty hard there. So that's coming. Again, to teachers, thank you for everything you do. Continue to inspire each other and our students. You're a shining light every day, so please pass that along to your teachers here in the district. We have all of our administrators here today. And speaking of a shining light, we did lose a shining light recently, and our school psychologist, Elisa Garrity, lost her battle with breast cancer. She will be missed. It's a big hit to the Homer community here. As a school psychologist, she was a veteran. A lot of people leaned on her, asked for guidance, and was always there, always there. She was with us when we were surprised to see her because just of how she was feeling, but she wanted to be there for the kids. So yes, she'll be greatly missed, and just wanted to make note of that and know that our thoughts are with the family. She's got a big family, and just want to support them any way we can. Any questions for us, for our teachers, or anything that's happening coming up? Everybody have a great holiday weekend. We got this on, it's a Friday, Freaky Friday. So yeah, everybody be safe out there. You know, I know we teach all of our children to have safe trick-or-treating and parties, and we've heard all about the pumpkin farms around in our area that they love going to, and it's just been a treat, so.
Do you guys dress up?
We're glad it's a Friday.
Yes.
We do.
Yes.
Yeah. Are you gonna tell us?
Gonna tell us what it is?
I can put it out there. My partner and I, Mr. Jeff Junitas, our PE co-teachers, we're going to be Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head. Because I'm usually Mrs. Junitas some days and he's Mr. Bruin some days. So, you know, kind of seems like it works because we have a Toy Story theme. And you guys were pirates?
We were pirates,
Yeah.
yes. We had the trunk
So,
or treat reading night. We were pirates. We won, by the way.
Oh, yeah. And speaking of trunk or treat, the bus, your crew putting together your scary or spooky bus is amazing. So again, if you haven't seen it, come by and see it next year, I guess, right? Yeah. So, yep.
Well,
Okay.
thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah.
you for all your comments.
Oh, you bet. If you see a Mrs. Potato Head trick-or-treating in your community.
It's Wendy.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, Homer support staff? Oh, there we are.
Hi. Good evening, everyone. Kelly Zink. I am the co-president of the Support Staff Union. Unfortunately, my co-president, Scott, could not make it today. He was called away to a Blackhawks game, so he sends his regards, yeah. But it's nice to be here. This is my first time this year. Not because I don't love you all, but luckily my nice secretary, Erin Seacheck, always likes to fill in for us because I have a very long commute and it gets longer every day going across that bridge. So she's really nice, and I just want to say thank you to Erin for coming out every month and helping us out, give the report. Again, the year is off to a great start, though. We've had a great time. We're also enjoying lots of fun Halloween and October fun with all the field trips and all the exciting things that we love to do with the kids. This year, of course, is our first year in our new contract, so we are, fielding questions from our reps about that, and it's always nice that we get to meet with Dr. Shoppy and Dr. Portwood regularly to help hash out some of those things, so that's always nice, and we appreciate it. We've just signed a few more MOUs recently, one of which does identify para positions that might be entitled to some extra compensation. And so we just want to remind our members, if they think that they're in that position, to give us a call. And thank you to the special ed department for helping to identify some of those. We do appreciate that. I also wanted to mention the food drive that we're having. It's, I'm not sure if you remember the dates, November 10th to December 1st. So that's something that we work hard on, I think, every year. And I think especially this year there's a lot of food insecurity, so I know people are going to appreciate the generosity, and we're proud of our union and this district for supporting this and other community events. So, thank you to everyone. Just a quick reminder, anyone considering the retirement incentive for this school year, remember that the deadline to put your application in is November 1st. Not that we want anyone to leave, but if you feel like you want to go that way, don't forget about that. because, you know, the year's quickly passing. Winter will be here before we know it, unfortunately. And I just wanted to say, you know, shout out to all of our employees who get up and work outside in the cold during the winter, and to recognize them and to remember, to remind them to get prepared now with their cold weather gear, because before you know it, the stores will be selling bathing suits, right? Okay, so thank you. That's all I have for you guys. Got any other questions?
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Here we have the food drives going on too. I just wanted to say, I forgot to mention earlier that we do host a micro pantry right here. Kristen can talk about it. Right here at Hadley, and I believe it is quite well stocked. So appreciate all the donations that people keep that in stock, and want to remind folks that it's there.
Thank you for doing that.
Perfect segue.
Yeah.
It's a Hadley.
And
that is one of our favorite things, so thank you for saying that. Good evening, esteemed members of the school board, dedicated 33C staff, and amazing and supportive parents. My name is Kristen Schroeder, and I'm the principal here of Hadley Middle School. I stand before you today with immense pride and gratitude as we celebrate Hadley Middle School. This year, we have embraced the theme, Rooted in Purpose, Rising in Progress. And I believe that perfectly encapsulates the vibrant spirit of Hadley Middle School. I'm really excited to have this time with you this evening to give you a grand shout out to our entire Hadley Middle School family. Without them, Hadley would not be the amazing school that we all know and love. Our new addition has been a blessing. We have been able to take several of our teachers off our carts who now have their very own classrooms. They are so excited. The construction has changed our footprint, but it has not changed our culture. Our staff focuses on creating a rigorous learning environment where all of our students feel respected, valued, and supported in order to be successful. The dedication and hard work exhibited by every member of our learning community makes Hadley a magical place to learn and to grow. We appreciate our partnership with the Will County Sheriff's Department, not just because of our SRO, Deputy Jake, even though we do love him too, but we also like the fact that our Sheriff's Department is part of our community. On curriculum night, many of our parents had the opportunity to go in the Hidden in Plain Sight trailer, and we are looking forward to our officers coming back on a weekly basis so that they can teach in our Too Good for Drugs classrooms. Nearly 3 years ago, our Hadley Literacy Committee embarked on a very lofty initiative to enhance reading and writing across our building in all content areas. We worked with Lisa Figueroa and our instructional coaches to continue to ensure that our plan is in alignment with the district vision. I am thrilled to report that our preliminary IER results from this spring reflect significant growth in English language arts as a testament to our collective commitment to ongoing excellence. On the ELA portion of the IER test, this year we demonstrated an increase of 15% in the number of our students who were scoring in the proficient or above proficient levels. You might not think that's so much, but wait. In 2 implementation years, in both of our years we looked back, we nearly doubled the number of our students that were meeting or exceeding on the IER in their proficiency standards. In 2023, we worked really hard. And we earned 44% of our students were meeting proficiency or above on the IER. Guess what? In 2025, 79% of our students were either at proficient or above in ELA at Hadley Middle School. So we are very, very proud, and we are also proud of our elementary schools that helped to prepare them for Hadley, so kudos to all of you. And don't worry, because they're going to keep your scores very high when they get to you at the junior high. So, you might think that even though we have a literacy committee, we still focused on math. Math has a secret place in my heart. Over the last 2 years, we grew from 39% in 2023 of our students meeting or exceeding on IER proficiency to 60% in 2025. We are so very proud of all of our students and all of our staff for helping us to reach this great success. Another contributor to our significant student success is our planning with priority. Every Tuesday, we focus on our department meetings on intentionally planning with priority. Our dedicated staff, who pride themselves in being curricular experts, value this time and engage in rich discussions, aligning curriculum and discussing their data to improve student learning. It's all about the data. We want to thank Laura Detloff and Monica Droz for our shared instructional coaches, because their very hard work and their dedication to helping our teachers to have everything that they need and to ensure that they help our teachers to learn and grow as much as our students learn and grow. So we are very grateful to them. Here at Hadley, we know that cultivating our future leaders is super important. There is nothing more important than our students. Our student council helps to make decisions and lead activities throughout the entire school year. Student leaders work in partnership with Tim Ross on the grand opening of our new edition. How many of you got to see the speeches at our new edition? I know our board members as well as our superintendent did a really great job. Buck Griffin stole the show. He's our student council president, and he did a really outstanding job. And all of his teammates on that student council, they were also very strong and supportive during that event, as they were helping to provide anyone that would listen how each part of our new building was going to help them to have a better experience than the year before. So we are very, very grateful to them. Our student council is currently working to design a new playground for Hadley Middle School. So they have a proposal that they're going to see. Craig, you're going to be very excited to get to hear from them. They're doing a great job. And they also are working to complete the Hadley Timeline mural that is in our hallway, and are planning to help with the 33C Veterans Night coming up next month. Our students are always working to give back to the community and have most recently selected to support our local animal shelter, in which we are going to raise funds. So anyone at the Boo Bash can do our popping for charity and purchase some popcorn. All of our funds will be going to our local animal shelter. These initiatives speak to the heart of our school, and it also shows that students are taking interest in giving back to their community and their learning environment. Student leadership does not end with student council at Hadley Middle School. This year, we have a student safety captain who volunteers her time during arrival and dismissal each day. She also got to introduce herself to Mrs. Short, and Mrs. Short is very eager to have her helping at the junior high as well. Many of our classes have claimed ownership of our micro food pantry and our mini library. Our multicultural club, which runs our Mustang News, works to bring inspirational local visitors to meet our students and share their expertise. This year, we have already had 2 amazing guests. We had Brett Vickery, who's a former Hadley Mustang, and it works with WGN News, and we also had Maher Kwash, who works with ABC 7 News, and they both came to our school. Last Friday, we experienced a magical morning, a Super Fan Friday WGN flyover, with about 1,500 students and staff from Hadley and Homer Junior High. We came together for this fantastic celebration, and Brett was so eager to reach out to us to tell us we have had her biggest flyover event, yes. So kudos 33C. And yes, 33C is her favorite. She keeps telling us when she comes to see us. Maher Kwash is a multi-skilled journalist from ABC 7 News who wanted to share his his insight on the importance of reading and writing and following your dreams. Both of these special guests shared insights with all of our students. They met them at lunch, they visited classrooms, and they provided advice on how to reach lifelong goals. In the past, we've had other guests such as Cheryl Porter, Mrs. Nicole Zirkan, Joe Gilbert, and Coach Tom Leahy, just to name a few. The Hadley News Crew is looking for our next guest as we speak. I did hear Dr. Shoppe is on deck to have an interview with them. I'm not sure if you've already told them yet, but they are planning on it. And if anyone else on the board or in the audience would like to meet with our news crew, please reach out to the Hadley office. We are happy to set you up for an interview. We like to celebrate with Mustang shout-outs. Anyone, student, staff, or parents can give a shout-out to another member of the Hadley learning community. Our student council representatives announce our weekly Mustang shout-out winners during our Monday morning announcements. And they bring the prize cart to celebrate each and every one of our winners within their classrooms. Staff too. Last week, we had our quarterly principals breakfast, and oh my goodness, it is my most favorite day of the entire year. I have to be honest that Miss Odom, Mr. Sikowski, and I love serving breakfast to our students that make Hadley such an amazing place, and I cannot express that enough. It is such an honor to be able to do that. We also take our time to honor students who are nominated by their team in our Students of the Month. These students also exemplify great character and are doing their very best at Hadley Middle School. Mr. Sikowski, Ms. Odom, and I love to spend time with them, and we are so excited to have our principals lunch with them, where they are teaching us a lot of new games. So if anyone can teach me on what was that, there's this game on Uno where you can end up with 56 cards, and I'm not really sure how that happened, but if someone can give me a little heads up, I might actually win next time we play. Mr. Amato and our 5th through 8th grade chorus students showcased their musical talents last night in a very packed gymnasium. It was our first annual fall 5th through 8th grade concert. Mrs. Short and I, along with the rest of the crowd, were enthralled with their captivating performance. They did a really amazing job. But this little partner that I have over here, we have to have some talk, lady. I'm a little bit nervous because someone, I'm not mentioning any names, volunteered all of the administrative team to do a song and dance at the January chorus concert. But don't worry, we have some really great students who they're very brave and extremely talented. We are getting some tutoring so that we can be successful in this event. So, and our students promised that they were going to support us so that we don't fail, which I was really excited. And I can't wait. So excited. I'd like to give a special mention to our PTO. They plan very exciting events for all of our students, such as our Boo Bash that's tomorrow. So anyone that wants to chaperone, I got a spot for you. They also provide weekly treat days. They secured a scarecrow that our student council was able to decorate, and it was on display at the Heritage Park Walk. And they also secured a tree at Brookfield Zoo. So any of you visiting Brookfield Zoo, please look for the Hadley family tree. We have students and staff and families that are currently creating ornaments that are going to be displayed throughout the season. We're very excited about that. This hard work fosters community spirit and enriches our school culture. Now, let me tell you about our SI classes. They attend 2 8-week sessions each year at HRET. It not only exposes our students to horses, but it provides equestrian therapy. This experience does not stay just within that class. I'm not sure if you are aware, but this month, 2 of our current Homer students and 4 former Homer students, once a Mustang, always a Mustang, competed in the Illinois Special Olympics Fall Games. Everyone did an amazing job. We wouldn't expect anything less. You might ask, how does one building accomplish so much? I've already mentioned that I have great teachers. And I cannot forget the additional team members who provide invaluable support to our teachers and to our students. Our paraprofessionals, support staff give so much to our students each and every day. Our custodians, they make sure that our building is clean, safe, and everything is put where it needs to be. Our growing students are always learning and challenging themselves, and sometimes us, but they are doing a really, really great job. They're growing and learning, and we're always looking for new ways to challenge them too. And finally, to keep Hadley running like a well-oiled machine, a special shout out goes to our wonderful office staff and our school nurse who helps to keep everyone healthy. In closing, I want to express my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you, our board members, our staff, and to our families. Your support makes an incredible difference in the lives of all of our students. Together, we are building a future filled with promise and with success. Hadley is truly amazing, and I thank you for the opportunity to be able to showcase a school that I'm so proud of.
Thank you. Do we have a date for this chorus concert in January?
Yeah, we're all gonna be there.
I mean, we really have to. Yeah. She'll get big. I'll definitely have it.
We'll make sure to get that out district-wide.
So excited. I'm gonna need extra tutoring.
Well, thank you, Kristen. Any questions for Mrs. Schroeder? Well, thank you. All
The only
right.
question I had, I'm assuming that was building administrators.
I know, that's.
Only.
Yeah.
No change.
That's even better.
Not
Are you volunteering?
No.
Okay. I believe Mr. Russ will not be with us tonight. Hopefully everyone received the written buildings and grounds report. I think Tim has on a well-deserved vacation.
He's actually a professional.
Yeah.
I thought he was on vacation. No. He's probably watching the meeting.
Yeah.
All right. We'll see Tim next month. And I think one of you guys, Renee and Kristen.
Good evening to everyone. Good evening to everybody, thanks for being here. Just to give you an update related to special education. I'm Renee Krells, Director of Special Services, and we're blessed tonight to have Bridget Withrow, the Assistant Director, with us tonight. We want to share a little bit related to our early childhood programs. So we want to start with, and I'll let Bridget start this part of it, the different programs that we have within early childhood, just so that you understand the different classrooms and programs that we have.
Yes, and we have a full continuum of programming at the early childhood and preschool level, starting with our Homer Community Preschool, which is our kiddos that are 3 to 5, whose parents choose to enroll them in Homer for their preschool experience. The program addresses school readiness in the areas of pre-academics, language, motor, social, emotional, and functional skills to prepare them for kindergarten. And this program, like a couple of our others, meets 2.5 hours a day, 5 days a week. We have AM and PM sessions. We do have children who receive just walk-in speech therapy services. They come once or twice a week. They get their speech therapy to address specific skill deficits, and they go on their way. Some of them do also participate in our community preschool program. Kind of building on those speech needs, we started a few years back a phonological program, which is for children who have significant delays in phonology, articulation, and expressive language, and they use a very specific sequential cyclical approach to teaching speech sound development. in a small group setting with a speech therapist and up to 4 children. And then they carry over their skills into play and group activities. That program operates at both of our pre-K 1 buildings, and they meet an hour and 15 minutes twice a week. The other half of our tuition preschool program is our early childhood blended classroom, which are children with identified delays, typically in multiple areas or in one area with at least a 50% delay. They join their typically developing peers in a preschool classroom. Those classrooms can go up to 20 students total with a teacher and 2 teaching assistants. And like our tuition program, meet 2.5 hours a day, 5 days a week. Then for our kiddos who need a little more structure, smaller setting, more support, we do also have our early childhood self-contained program, which is all students with delays, typically in multiple areas. Those classrooms have more support, they're capped at 10 students, and really have a little bit more structure to prepare the kids with the goal of transitioning into that blended setting. And those are also half-day programs. And then I'm not gonna read the whole big, long description, but for our youngest learners who require the most intensive level of support, we also have our early childhood specialized instruction program, which is a 5-hour-a-day, 5 days a week, very intensive, very low staff to student ratio, embedded related services pushing into the classroom, and really focuses on developing language and what we call good learner skills, which are those learning to learn skills, and getting our students to engage in and have the skills to be ready for a more typical preschool setting.
Are there any questions about the programs?
Can you, the EC blended, what was the delay percentage they needed to have?
They need to have, if they're only eligible in one area, it's 50%. Yeah, and it's 30 in 2 areas or more.
So then we also wanted to give some historical data. So these next 4 or 5 slides are gonna look the same for the most part, but you'll notice they all have a different title, and we looked at them across time. So this is the first one that we have by the student numbers by program. So it's those 5 programs that were just talked about, and how many students we have in each since 2019 till October 1st of this year. Looking at these numbers, you can see they're pretty steady. COVID year threw us off a little bit, but for the most part, those numbers have stayed the same.
And the tuition program has stayed the same because we're maxed out at the number of students that we can take.
Renee, is the EC the 12 just because of the timing of the year based on the 3
We're only October 1st.
Yes, okay.
Yeah. So as students turn 3 over the course of the school year,
Okay.
right, they age out of EI and come into a school district on their 3rd birthday. So that number increases typically as the year goes on. Do you want to do this one?
Sure, we just broke down those numbers by building, now that we're split out into grade level centers, and so that only goes back to 23-24, because that was the first year that we had them separate. Overall, pretty similar with the exception that the early childhood SI program operates out of Young. And we have seen a decrease in the number of students requiring the self-contained early childhood setting as we have gotten back to and out of COVID and have kids coming in again that have had the full EI services in person. So we are seeing our students in that self-contained half-day program, those numbers are not increasing as fast as our blended numbers do.
And
Which
again,
is good, that's what we want to see.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, that would be Goodings and Young. Those are the 2 buildings that house our early childhood programs at this time. So then we looked at class sections by program. Again, not much of a difference or variance here. So over time, it's remained pretty consistent in terms of how many classes we have in each program. Anything else to add on that one? No? So here is by program and separated into buildings again. So you're looking at Goodings and Young. And again, not too much of a difference here in terms of the class sections that we have for each. And this is the current number of staff that we have, full-time equivalents for the various classrooms. Again, the only variance you may see, if there's an increase in the number of teachers, for example, when you get to speech paths, even OT, it is because we also have the SI classes in that building, where Goodings does not have an early childhood SI program. So there's sometimes that slight increase at Young versus Goodings. Anything else on that one? Nope. Any questions on any of those? Okay. And I'm very excited, Mrs. Withrow has introduced 2 new resources that she has come across that has been shared with and the EC staff have been trained on. So I'm gonna let her speak to those as well.
Yes, this year we added in 2 new resources that are through Teaching Strategies, which is the same vendor that produces Creative Curriculum and Teaching Strategies Gold, the assessment that we use. The first one we have is Ready Rosie, which is a parent engagement platform, which we are super excited about. It basically has 30-second to 2-minute video clips that parents can either look up themselves, teachers can send specific ones, they can send them out as a class list that show parents in real time with other children, it's basically video modeling for parents, to show them everything from how do they build language skills, how do they work, what are some ideas for working on fine motor at home, to some of those trickier things like what are some strategies you can use to get your child to give up the tablet. So a wide range. Super excited, our teachers rolled it out to parents during curriculum night. And in the first month of having the program, we had 208 interactions with the videos by our parents. So huge in just a month, the first month of having it out there, of parents accessing the resource. And it's on the backside also has a tracking where we can monitor engagement. The teachers can even see at a specific level how long if they watched the full video, did they comment on it? There are a lot of great resources in the background to really more closely analyze family engagement. And then the second is ALS PALS, which is just strengthening that social emotional component of our programming. So it ties in with the assessment and curriculum resources that we're already using, a specific targeted social emotional program for pre-K.
Great name, right, Mr. Kirkus? ALS PALS?
Yep.
Can we get Al to show the puppets?
I also want to give a huge thank you and shout out to our amazing, kind, and dedicated social workers, Talia Ferris, Jamie Callan, Tiffany Stark, and Cassidy Batista. We had a neighboring district that had suffered some devastating news, having a death of 2 students within a week's time, that they offered to go to the neighboring district and support the staff, students, families that showed up. So I did want to give a shout out to them and thank them for doing that. On that same note, I want to thank the union for giving a shout out to Elisa Garrity. Absolutely fantastic person. Never said no to anything, helped anybody however she can. She will be deeply missed and is deeply missed. And our thoughts and prayers go out to her family and everybody that worked with her, because it's a loss for sure. Good news, Ms. Hessek, who is an SI teacher at the junior high and also a special ed coach and supports our students outside of school as much as she does inside of school, did a little shout out for our students that went to the Special Olympics, and we had several participate. A lot of it was through that equestrian program, the HRET, that Mrs. Schroeder spoke of. It really has a positive impact on everyone. The parents enjoy it, the students enjoy it, anybody that has dedicates themselves to supporting this just has that pride when these students are able to show what they can do. So a huge shout out to everyone who did that. And we want to specifically give a shout out to 2 of our students that did awfully well. And Michael Babel has a silver in stock and seat equitation. You want to tell us what that is?
Stock seat equitation, they said, depending on the size of the class, there's multiple riders that go around the perimeter of the arena while the judge calls out commands for the riders to do, and the riders have to do the reining and footwork to guide their horse to perform the skills, and then they do a simple pattern individually after that.
Okay, and then Mikey also earned a silver in the working trails. What did they have to do for that one?
Working trail is like an obstacle course for the people here who have had a chance to see the shows that our kids put on at the end of each session. There is a pattern laid out with timbers in that in cones where they have to steer through different paths, weave cones, bring the horse inside a box, stop, make it do a circle, go on. They get to a cone at the end and they have to back their horse up. So they go through, they have to memorize what they need to do at each step of the way.
And again, there's a lot of learning that takes place for them to do it, and just for them to exhibit that confidence that they can do this is amazing to see. Olivia Hofrika, have to give her a shout out as well. They look similar, but Olivia had a bronze in that stock seat equitation, a silver in the working trails, and also got 2nd place in a relay. So I just really want to congratulate them and thank everybody in Special Olympics who dedicates their time to do that.
And in addition, we had, as Mrs. Schroeder said, 4 of our previous students as well. So 3 of the 4, Leith Robin, Austin Marfia, and Elise Elkins, also all competed. It was really an amazing weekend. If you're ever looking to spend a very long Saturday, it is, out of all the different Special Olympics competitions I get a chance to go to, probably the most amazing one to watch, because you get to see the athletes in total control of these just massive animals. And that partnership between them and the horses and them and each other is really amazing to see.
And we also shared a picture, so there they are.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 that we spoke of and the horses that they got to ride. They aren't tiny.
No, they both rode Oliver.
So congratulations to them.
And-
go
just
ahead.
say real quick. Out of the 6 that went, 5 out of the 6 started in their Special Olympics competition through our partnership with HRET. 1 was already riding with another stable, but of the 6, 5 of them got into this through the program we have with HRET.
And last but not least, we're gonna leave you in limbo here, but our greenhouse is here. It has been built. It looks absolutely fantastic. So there's an inside in and outside view. And we're gonna share more about that at the November meeting with all of you. So, thank you. Any questions for us?
Are there any legislation changes coming to the EC program that you're aware of, or anything that is shifting at this time?
Not that I'm aware
We
of.
haven't really heard of
seen
any.
anything
No.
No?
No, it's pretty status quo.
Well, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Great, appreciate it. Okay, I think we are going to do technology as a written report this evening, and we'll move to item 4, transportation. Mr. Zarellis.
Oh, I moved it. I'm sorry. I didn't. Just trying to be polite.
Greg Zarales, Director of Transportation. Had another safe month of transporting students, and it's hard to believe it's going to be November next week, but moving right along. I wanted to There we go. First thing I wanted to highlight this month, just our activity bus, our after-school activity bus has been up and running for quite a few weeks now. And it's just a service that the transportation department's been providing for years and years, going back, my experiences working as an AP and having kids ride that bus for the junior high. Just a service that we're really excited to have going to keep those after-school opportunities available to as many students as possible. So this year's plan, we have 4 buses running Monday through Thursday at the Hadley Homer Junior High campus. And we don't transport 352 students every day, but that's how many are signed up. And then they ride as needed. Then that number is probably grown since October 21st. So the elementary schools, we route those as needed. So on days when there's a club, if students need transportation, our office routes it so that all students have that opportunity to participate in that after-school activity. The elementary school clubs are a little bit more sporadic, so we don't run those every day, but we run them as needed. And special education transportation is available for all of our activity buses for those students with the transportation plan in their IEP to ensure, again, all students have that opportunity to participate in all the great things offered after school in our schools. So this is how the activity bus looks at the junior high Hadley campus with the new pickup. So I think we got into this briefly last month, and so went out and got some pictures. Ms. Hale took some pictures, Mrs. Short took some pictures, sent them over to me. Just see how we're utilizing that new area with the 4 large buses picking up at Hadley and Homer Junior High Monday through Thursday. And that's that, to give you that perspective, that's that new area, door 33 outside the cafeteria. So it's dedicated solely to buses, and we found that to be much more safe and efficient than having 2 separate pickup locations as we had to do in past years with the schools being separated. So just give you a sense of what that looks like in a day-to-day. And then just another perspective of that area on the 21st for our activity bus pickup day. And then on the 22nd, I went out and took some pictures of our special education buses utilizing. This is their daily pickup routine and drop-off routine for AM and PM. So we have this new bus pickup area for daily arrival dismissal utilized by our special education buses. And great improvement over previous years. Again, from my experiences being at the junior high, this is so valuable having this just dedicated area essentially off to the side for those buses to load and unload. It's clearly designated for buses. You can see Mr. Russ of Buildings and Grounds put up some signage. You can see in the top right there. This designates that whole area, and we're doing 1 pickup instead of 2. Past years we had to pick up at Hadley, and then those buses had to come over to the junior high, and inevitably they kind of had to merge in with some of that car pickup traffic, which was never ideal. So now it's one stop, 1 pickup, and they don't have to worry about getting in that car rider line, at least until they have to get out. And then we have this yield sign, and it's been going good. Cars kind of see we're ready to go, and they'll stop and hold so that those buses can make their way to get those kiddos home. Just some safety updates. So every year, the children are required to do a bus evacuation, so we took care of those at those school locations on the dates you see there. It's an annual requirement, same as an evacuation drill for fire, severe weather, lockdown drill, etc. So our drivers sign up for that. We have a goal of having drivers do it at least once every 2 years so that they're fresh with it as well. And the kids participate on site with those bus evacuations. So those are completed across the board. We spent some time in our October staff meeting just focusing on a few department safety things. I tried to come up with a few things that drivers have brought to me or things that we've seen, I gotta say, in the wild, in real time as we're driving. And just embed those into a part of our meeting. So in my admittedly limited experience being behind the wheel of a bus, one thing that I've seen, and ride-alongs I've seen it too, is no matter how many times we tell the students to follow the steps to safely cross, which is essentially look up to the window, check the driver gives them a signal, some students just don't always check, and that's something we want to continue to address. So really, we spent some time at the October staff meeting just saying, you can't say it often enough, which is essentially every stop. Remember to check with me, remember to check with me, remember to check with me. And just the more we hear, hope the kids, some are better about checking than others, but I want the drivers to give them that daily reminder. And then on my ride-alongs, what I've seen, our drivers are so meticulous with checking every mirror before they go anywhere. No one's ever in a rush to get out of a stop. Even if they're running behind, they're better be 2 or 3 minutes behind than to skip a procedure. So they're always checking their side mirrors, their crossover mirrors for that danger zone, their student mirrors, make sure everyone's seated, and nobody departs those stops until that's all taken care of. So, and then we spent some time talking about our pre and post trips, what to do every day to make sure our bus is safe to operate and transport students to and from school safely. So I wanted to just highlight those safety items that are part of the driver's curriculum when they go for their annual refresher course, but things we want to embed into our meetings every month so that we all kind of stay fresh and on our toes. So on to the fun stuff. So the Boo Bus, another hit this year. I know Kelly and our drivers worked really hard on that. So we have a list of drivers here that drivers and office staff, department staff, and children, grandchildren, spouses were all out there too, helping make that Boo Bus a success. And I know it was mentioned before, but so they sent me a bunch of fun pictures to include, and just to give everyone a sense of what it looked like there. So they really went all out as usual. It's my first experience actually being on site for it, and I basically kept it a surprise for myself. I didn't peek all month when they were working on it, but just the department always strives to continue to be a part of the community, be an active part of the school community, and have a little fun along the way, all the more better. So let me see a couple more pictures there. So really did it up, and then super long. I don't know what the line ended up being, maybe a half-hour wait, give or take. I mean, people were waiting people were waiting really long, and it worth every second going through. So kudos to our staff for doing that. And then I just wanted to close with some driver recognitions from our parents and staff in our buildings, coupled with some pictures of some student arrivals. First two pictures are our morning arrival procedure at the junior high, and the one on the right is our morning arrival procedure over at Young School. Sally Bova Makuta was recognized by a young parent. Bridie Hearn recognized by a young parent, so they made a point of calling to school to compliment our drivers. Homer Junior High staff recognized Jen Connolly, Rick Joyner, Jessica Strake, and Keith Yeager. Hadley recognized Tina Cadell, Mary Ellen Reed, Dawn Villa Velasquez, and Keith Yeager again. So he's doing a great job in the back lot. Mark Fisek over at Butler recognized. Mr. Gage sent me his name. And over at Schilling, Mary Lennox, Kelly Nissen, and Jeff Stewart. And all the drivers are always keyed on safety, but extra shout out to Mary Lennox in that her recognition was for some situational awareness as far as like not departing the lot when we had a student who was not quite ready to go to school yet, maybe. And so she held in place while staff made sure that student was safe. So just having that situational awareness in those situations where the drop-offs and pickups where there's lots of kids around. And then this picture's from early in the month over at Schilling. I just thought that was a really cool visual, like reporting for duty with all those stop signs. It's like all flashing, and it just it looked really cool. Better as a video, but just goes to show you all the great things our drivers are doing. This isn't in the report, but I'd regret if I didn't mention we had an interesting day back on October 23rd, and I'm going to summarize it in a nutshell. But for a variety of reasons, we were running a little bit behind schedule with some buses. We had one bus stuck on 355, wasn't going to make it back, one of our small buses. And Kelly, Chris, and Trina, the office team, sprang into action. And I basically said, how can I help? And I realized very quickly I just need to get out of their way and just be an observer and see what goes into solving these problems that come up that really, people just don't know about. So, long story short, since we had a bus that wasn't going to be back, we had to shuffle some buses and some drivers to make sure that the appropriate seating was available on the special education buses, and that also included getting some harnesses out to buses. So Benny Cobbett, one of our mechanics, had to run over to Goodings, make an installation, and then actually had to go to Young and make a second installation. I happened to be on the bus that Benny was doing the installation on, and again, even though we're trying to stay on schedule, we were running behind, but he took the time to install correctly, nobody rushed. And, yes, we did have a few late buses, but problem solved because we could have had basically no buses for some of these situations. So just another day in the life. That's what they told me afterwards. Like, that's transportation. I said, for as stressed out as it made me, they just, second nature to them. So it was just great watching them work. And I'll just close with, we did have Driver Appreciation Week last week, which is coupled with Bus Safety Week. Again, that's why we focused on that in October meeting. And even though that week has passed, I wanted to thank all the schools for all the things that they did for reaching out to our drivers and just making sure that they continue to feel appreciated. And I know they were very grateful. So, any questions for me?
How many drivers are we still short?
7,
Is it 7?
7, but also we're examining, we have that relationship with first student, so really it's 7, but
Right.
15, we've got 15 first student drivers, so, yep.
For the Boo Bus, my family was one of the first ones on it, and I thought the gorilla was a mannequin. And I almost jumped out of the end of the bus. My kids thought it was hysterical.
Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Oh, yeah. Okay. We're over to you, Lisa.
Oh, sorry.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Figueroa. And I'm Chris Franklin. We're presenting tonight on a few different things. What we'll go over are the MAP norms for 2025, our fall MAP data and the goals that we've set, coaching impact so far this school year, and an advanced learner update. So the reason we're going to talk about the MAP 2025 norms is because they've officially shifted. So if you remember from last year, or the last 2 years, we were part of a pilot for MAP, and they were redoing their norms and collecting data, and now they've officially changed them. So what we'll be going through is how that impacts us. So here's what's different. The green are the norms that are right now, and then the black are our previous 2020 through last year's norms. So you see there's been a shift down, and if you look at where the arrows are, there's a large shift with our lower percentiles and a slight shift down for our higher achievers. They gave us a chart that along the top of the chart, they gave us an example of the 30th, the 50th, and the 95th percentile for both reading and math. Across the top is what the norms were in 2020. And then K-8, we have what those norms would be equivalent now. So 30th percentile in 2020, K would be at the 34th percentile right now with the same RITS score. Or in first grade, it would be equivalent to the 40th percentile this year, and so on. So the norms have shifted up. Okay, so when you see a percentile, typically it will be up. As you look to the higher achievement, the shifts are smaller. So the 95th percentile is equivalent to anywhere between the 95th and the 97th percentile in reading. Okay, so what this means for us. This is guidance from MAP, or NWEA, and so our reference group has changed from 2020 to 2025. So that's going to stick likely for the next 5 years. So we're typically going to have students in higher percentile ranks. So what they are recommending to us is any programming that is dependent on percentiles be reviewed. Okay, they want us to make sure that we're looking at policies, placements, and resources with the new norms. This was, in my opinion, just a great visual that I wanted to show after you saw the shift in the bell curve. So for us, if we kept things, you know, this is a representative of what our MTSS or 30th percentile and below would have been for the past 5 years. And now these are students that would not be qualified if we just kept everything status quo. And on the right side, if we didn't relook at the norms, we would have a lot of students qualifying possibly for our gifted or for our advanced learners. Okay. So again, this is from MAP. These are the next recommended steps. You know, of course, reviewing program thresholds that depend on percentiles. So for us, that would be MTSS, and that would be our advanced placements. Reevaluate. So we're going to look at intervention flags, and we don't want to over or under identify students. And monitor changes in proficiency projections and understand how those may shift. So we're going to be reviewing the data with our programs that depend on these percentiles. And what we're doing is we're specifically looking with MAP at RITs because those have not changed. So if I say someone is in the 30th percentile, that will have changed according to this chart. But if somebody had a RIT score of 170, that's the same as if last year they had a RIT score of 170. So their RIT score is exactly the same and means exactly the same. What's different is the percentile assigned to it. So now to our data. This is how we performed in ELA K through 8. So in the past, our kindergartners and our first graders did not take MAP. They take the Ames Web. Our kindergarten and first grade teachers went through training and they proctored the test, and then they did another training to look at the reports. And so we have fall data K through 8. So again, this is reading. And if you'll notice, I have to give our K1 units of study a shout out because typically in the past, our data would start at grade 2, and this red line would extend past 3rd grade. And we would see a trend where we were helping our students as they went through our district, okay? But you'll notice that 1st grade into 2nd grade is not exceeding 3rd grade, you know, with our lowest quintile. And we attribute that to our teachers preparing our students with comprehension through kindergarten units of study. So we expect that to trickle down over the years. So I wanted to point that out. It's the hard work of our K1 units of study teachers and our committee that have been writing the units and all of our teachers that have implemented. With math, we have our fall data again. We have K1 that participated, so we have beginning of the year data for everyone to work on. So before I show you the goals that each of the grade levels at the schools have set, I want to remind everybody of what we talked about last year. So if we set an average goal, what that means is that it's the expected goal that students should reach with nothing else changing. So if we don't change any instructional strategies, we don't upgrade our resources, we don't do anything further, our students should grow at an average rate. So what we've been doing is setting it we did last year and will continue to do this year is an aspirational goal. And that aspirational goal means that we are making a change. We are improving instruction. We're prioritizing our standards. And so we expect that our students are going to do better than that average growth. So here is our big chart. It's not big enough, but so this is all of our kids. So kindergarten through 8th grade. Oops. I did that. No problem.
Bigger, sorry.
Yeah, I couldn't either. So I have included our fall RIT scores because a lot of the times the way our students have started the school year has grown. So we're starting in a better spot for a lot of the different grades. What we have listed is our average growth for each one of the departments, but our aspirational growth is what we're shooting for. So we've noted the average, and that means if nothing else changes, 50% of our students should hit it, 50% of our students won't quite get there. It's a 50-50. That's what the average growth means. What our aspirational growth is, we want to make a change, we want to improve things. But if we would have done nothing, 40% of our students would hit it and 60% wouldn't. So that's what the aspirational goal indicator is. And then so MAP had a whoops. They did what's called a linking study with IAR. And what they've been able to tell us in the past is what RIT score would be equivalent to meets proficiency. They didn't realize that they weren't the only ones changing norms, that IAR was changing norms as well. So when they did their linking study with Illinois, they used IAR old norms, the 5-4-3-2-1, which has changed. So we don't have the state proficiency of 2025. So what I did put on there is 2024, so that you could see what we're trying to do is we're trying to get our average at each of the different grade levels to hit state proficiency. That's what we want to get for our kids. So this is, if we use last year's, this is how much further we have to get. Like I was at Butler today and we were talking about 3rd grade math. If they hit their aspirational goal, they'll be 1 RIT point away from state proficiency. Okay, so we're working our way up to hitting those marks. Principals worked with their teachers and they put a general title of their area of focus. So in the past, principals used to present a big plan. And for our purposes, they still have their big plan, but they have the topic. So it would be easy for everybody to understand their greatest area of need and what they will be focusing on to help get their kids to reach their goal. Are there any questions? That's the last MAP slide. So are there any questions for us about math?
I have a question. You
Sure.
said the RIT scores stay the same, but there was a shift in the percentiles?
Yes.
Well, what's the reason for that? Did they give a reason for that, or is that just something that happens every 5 years or every 3 years?
Well, they do a norm study every 5 years or so, but they're saying the impact of COVID shifted things down. So when you look at the bell curve that moved down, that includes that COVID year. It's the 2020 through 2025.
So that's the reason then, the COVID?
Okay, so then the next topic we're going to do is give you an update on our instructional coaches. So they have had a huge impact on implementing our resources, and we knew that, but we didn't know how to share that with you. So what we did was we sent a survey out to all of our teachers to gather some information. So what we have is the results from 57 of our teachers responding with how they are working with our coaches. So our top themes are, the bar you see all the way over is that most of our teachers have been able to collaborate with what we're calling planning with priority meetings. So those are the weekly meetings that Kristen mentioned where our departments are planning with the coaches. Not everyone's in a department, so at the very bottom, some people were not able to engage with the coach in that way, but they still filled out the survey to say how they have been engaging with the coach. So our coaches are also offering individual co-planning sessions with teachers. So that means the teacher's requesting that they have that one-on-one time to help them plan with the lesson. They are asking to model and create exemplars. So modeling would be that the coach is showing them how to do something, and specific to exemplars, they're helping them create a sample of what students should work towards so that they can show students what success looks like. We're in the beginning of an implementation year, K through 8, and teachers are saving exemplars as we go from our students, but it's hard to teach without, so our coaches are helping in that regard. Resource creation. Our coaches are helping our teachers create new things that either are lacking in the resource or that they needed to supplement. So they have our coaches, they'll request. Common assessments. Our coaches are heavy in common assessments. They're helping modify the assessments so that they are measuring our priority standards and not what we're not teaching. Because, when we were talking about purchasing a resource last year, they're created for anyone and everyone across the country when we purchase a resource. So our coaches are helping our teachers, so our teachers aren't having to do it, make it specific to what we're working on and in what order we're working on it. One of the biggest shout outs for the coaches was that quick troubleshooting or just-in-time help. It cut off. So they are appreciative of, oh no, I don't know what to do about this, or oh no, I need help with that, and our coaches are able to support them. They're having rubric reviews, so the new resources often will use a rubric to score, and so coaches are helping teachers look at those rubrics so that they can consistently score our students with one another. And then that we have 9 people that filled out the survey that hadn't engaged with a coach. So our teachers had an opportunity to say how the coaches are helping them. And so this is a sampling of the things that were said specifically about our coaches. A lot of times they used coach names, but I just took the names out for their privacy. Both coaches have been extremely helpful in guiding the 7th grade social studies department in creating common assessments, properly aligning curriculum to the standards, and engaging the team in considering proper use of resources. Another teacher quoted, "The coaches have been a great help in supporting our implementation of the new ELA resource. They have helped me find resources on StudySync, created exemplars, and graphic organizers to help me and my students achieve. The coaches have been a great help in supporting our implementation of the new ELA resource. They have helped me find resources on StudySync, created exemplars, and graphic organizers to help me and my students." That was a double. Okay, our instructional coach has been a tremendous help in getting Imagine Learning off to a running start. She has helped with resources and breaking down the modules. We would not have been as successful without her assistance. Both coaches have been instrumental in helping support our department implement the StudySync resource. Our coach has been amazing with assisting with the new ELA curriculum. She has gone out of her way to lessen the load and assist in any way she can. She has also done her own research on the curriculum to help with questions and concerns as they have come about. Just a couple more. Our instructional coach is very helpful and provides many helpful resources and ideas. I met with our coach to plan for our ELA lesson, and it was very helpful and made me feel more confident about my lesson. Their hard work and dedication led to more productive meetings that were on topic and beneficial for helping our students master the standards. And I appreciate the sounding board of someone who has the strategy and standards knowledge to work through the plans to make sure my lessons are aligned to priority standards and to include enough activities that challenge them appropriately. So we just wanted to share a sampling of what our teachers are saying about how the coaches have helped them so far this quarter.
Lisa, can I ask a question?
Mhm.
I noticed a lot of them were related to ELA.
Yes.
And I didn't see a lot related to math.
Mhm.
Are the coaches assisting with math, or is there a reason? for that?
Absolutely. So the coaches 5-8 are assisting with math because every department meets once a week. K4, their focus is ELA. They meet every other week, and their focus is ELA with the planning with priority standard meetings. And on their off weeks, they take time out of their recess plan so that they can talk about what went well and what needs to be improved or what a challenge was so that they can reflect on it. And they're calling them the impact meetings. So they're using all of their time in ELA. So it's heavy ELA because K through 4 is only ELA, and our 5-8 coaches are the ones working with every department.
It sounds like it's pretty successful from what we're showing us. So, kudos to the coaches and everybody that's working with them.
Yeah, they're.
For the survey, you mentioned 57 responses?
57 responded.
Did everyone
Mhm.
respond that had contact with the coaches? Is that like the total, or it wasn't? Did we get 100% response from the coach?
No.
All right.
We
so-
sent it out to certified staff and asked if they wouldn't mind giving us,
Okay.
we had a couple of questions and then an open-ended, how has coaching impacted you?
So there may be some that have worked with the coaches that did not respond to the survey?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so, I don't know, can you figure out a percentage of response, or is it hard to determine that? Did you get a 50% response? Did you get an 80% response?
So I think we have 280 staff members. Yeah, so we had 57 out of 280. I can't do that in my
Okay,
head.
no, it's not half for sure.
No,
that's
it's
for
definitely
sure.
not
Less
half.
than half.
I don't want to embarrass myself.
Okay, and I guess, well, based on the survey, what areas do you think need improvement?
So the only thing that was shared with us that was not a celebration is that they would like more support. So that was a need from one of our schools, and so I inserted myself there today.
So we have support, more coaches, is that what you're
We
saying?
have one
Or more
coach
time?
out right now.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a coach.
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so that building is missing that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wish we had more responses on the survey.
Mhm.
That's, kind of.
Yeah, it'd be great to
I'd
have.
like to have.
Well, yeah, and I think for this particular, for the first part of the survey, it's really more or less an engagement tracker.
Mhm.
We should probably ask our coaches to probably track some of that data
They
themselves.
do.
Okay.
Yeah,
Do we
they-
have, I don't expect you to produce it right now, but do we have a bigger picture of data, specifically just to engagement? Not necessarily getting into the more qualitative, how did it go kind of questions,
Mhm.
but just quantitatively, how many teachers participated in these things versus did not? I don't expect you to have that right now, Lisa, but
No,
I think that
it's-
would be helpful.
After we made this survey, we asked the coaches, we put the first draft together of the survey, and then we shared it with the coaches to see if it was representative and if they had anything to add. And then I met with them, and it got them thinking. And so then they were all tracking what they were doing in a slightly different manner, so they came together, and now we have a system, and so we should have, data that we can share for second quarter.
Okay. I don't even know.
It's hard to measure, so we're gonna come at it from a couple of different angles, and hopefully it'll make sense with what they're doing.
I know you have some other slides, but I wanna go back for a second. if I
Sure.
can. So, the map data,
Yeah.
obviously, these things are gonna happen. This is not the first time that we have seen cut scores change, percentiles change. This is, that's kind of just due course for all testing. I know you guys are looking at this and it's early, and you don't have to have an answer right now, but I'm also thinking, specifically about how this is going to affect placement in general, especially with the advanced learner program. And I don't wanna say we've completely leaned into, but we've heavily leaned into utilizing this data, and those percentiles have shifted fairly significantly, which would affect a lot of our placement, a lot of our staffing, a lot of things. So again, I don't know that I expect an answer tonight
Well, we
right
have been
now.
thinking about this.
That's kind of what I was.
We've been thinking
Yeah.
about this kind of
Yes.
a lot, and
Okay.
so what we did was we contacted MAP and said, we already had from them the conversion of the 30th percentile, the 50th percentile, the 90th percentile. And I thought if they have all that, right, they must have them all. So in order for us to have apples to apples, we can have them give us the score and how it equates to the percentiles we were using. We could do it two ways. We can use the RIT score, which makes it harder,
Yeah.
because we have RIT scores that grow naturally. Percentile doesn't grow along with the student, right? So a kid has a 200 in the fall, we expect them to have a 210.
Yeah.
That could still be the same percentile,
Mhm.
right? So using the method that we have with RIT won't work. However,
I'm
converting.
actually glad you said that, because that was actually kind of where my mind was going.
Okay,
like,
yeah,
well,
yeah,
why
won't
don't we
work.
just forget the percentile?
Right.
Okay.
But if we just have a comparison chart, which gives us an equivalent of the old percentile to what that means to the new percentile, what is it now?
Yeah.
It works.
So they submitted our weeks of instruction for fall, winter, and spring testing. And then they took our 75th percentile, our 80th, and our 93rd, and they gave it to their research team. And their research team is going to generate the new percentiles for us.
That equates to the older one. So we talked to them on Friday. And I thought if they had this, they have to be able to do it all, right?
Is
Because
this like a change that they have just universally rolled out, and this is the new standard for how MAP is going to do it? It's, the question you're asking them is basically saying, thanks for this new stuff, but
Yeah,
please
we
put
like
us
the
back
old.
on your old stuff.
That's right.
Is this something that they're just, this is universally, everyone who uses MAP, this is how it's gonna be?
Everybody's
Yes.
talking about it, yeah, so everybody uses MAP is in the same situation with the percentiles, and it's because, you know, what was the 50th percentile is lower now, right? Like, kids aren't scoring as high, and so because the whole curve has moved down, kids look like they're doing better than they were last year.
Yeah, see, I feel like there's inherent risk in that.
Right.
And like, we've, as a district, you know, been leaning more and more and more to placement decisions based on, well, A, high standards, but B, consistent standards.
Yes.
And when that bar shifts, it really can
It has to
throw
be
us for a loop.
explained and it has to make sense. And we have to be clear about what we're saying we're using as the number that is the same as it was before. Otherwise, it would be different than what we did last year.
Okay.
So, yes, we have been thinking about it. First step was to talk to MAP to see if they could do that for us. Yes, they can.
Okay.
And then there's some IAR stuff that we'll have to talk about too, but we think we have that figured out as well. So we have some conversations to have before we put it all on paper and then meet with other administrators, some teachers, and talk it out and make it make sense and communicate it to everybody.
Terry, okay, so I don't wanna keep switching topics. Questions on this before, alright. Go back to coaches for a second. I'm gonna say, dare I say the words, I hate to say this, but I feel like so I think we need that data from our coaches, right? Like, where's the time being spent? Not accounting for time, but you know,
Yeah,
where
for sure.
are the teachers being engaged? Dare I say the words, I think we may need to make the survey required. But I do think that the teacher's feedback is absolutely crucial.
Yes.
And I know it's one more thing to do, and no one's looking for a to-do list, but I think at the very least, once or twice a year, we need to get a pulse, you know, from all the teachers that are engaged with the coaching, engaged with all this new curriculum work, with what they think is going on, and the only way that data is gonna be representative is if it's almost everyone is responding. You know, and people who respond to surveys when they're optional, they fall into two categories. They really had a good experience or they had a terrible experience, and you lose the whole middle. And I feel like, you know, this is important, and we really need to hear from as many of our teachers as possible on how it's going. And I know that I hate to reduce that to a survey, but there's only so many methods that we can gauge
Yeah.
that. This is one. It's not the only one, but it's certainly an important one.
But Chris, along the same vein, do we want to hear from teachers that aren't using coaches and why?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right,
that
'cause
would be
there's-
great.
It's great to hear feedback of what's happening,
Yeah.
but to see what that void and why. And maybe there isn't a why, and maybe it's just.
Hasn't come up yet.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, and that's okay, but I think there's also value in that as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Because we don't, it's not a representative sample.
Right, so maybe we'll brainstorm it, maybe we can put it in a staff meeting or on a professional development day
Yeah.
and get that feedback.
Yeah, this is great though. I mean, I think we appreciate all, this is very helpful. And I'm glad to hear there's definitely some very positive things going on. So that's fantastic to hear.
It is.
Okay, advanced learners, we did a survey. But I can tell you that.
Is it a representative sample?
It is a representative
Okay.
sample because I sent it to 44 people and got 32 responses, which I thought was pretty good. I thought it was pretty good. All right, so the first question we asked is, the students I teach thrive in an advanced class. And what we were looking for here is just a feeling about how the teachers thought the kids, how they were doing. Are they liking it? Do they feel like they're successful in the class? And we did have one person, so the rate was, it was strongly disagree to strongly agree, okay? And so we're over here, so most of them think the kids strive. One person is kind of close to that strongly disagree. But these are the percentages, but these are the number of people who answered it. So 8, 18, and 5.
Is thrive a bit ambiguous though to ask?
It is.
Like, do we want to, like, to dive in, as I'm looking at number 2 and number 3, like 4s and 5s, great. What are
Right.
the specifics? And like, I think thrive can take on multiple definitions, right?
It can,
So-
but we have more.
Okay.
We
All right,
have
wait,
more.
all right.
We're not done.
All right, but wait.
So besides just asking if the kids thrive, we also asked if we thought the classes were going well, but then we wanted more specific information. And so what we did was we had teachers tell us, what do you need and what do you think the students need in order for the classes to be successful? And so we had a lot of themes where we had many people saying the same thing out of those 32 responses. Number 1, extra time to co-plan, and they wanted to plan with other honors and advanced learner teachers. That was repeated over and over again. They wanted flexibility with the pacing. In the spring, what we had done was we met with all the teachers, we laid out a plan how we thought the pacing would go. We told them we're not stuck to it, we'll meet again in the fall. We did this in the spring, we said we'd meet again in the fall, review how it went, revise, and then, plan for what's coming next. So, pacing flexibility, they actually wanted explicit permission to slow down, okay, if they needed to, and we gave them that. Common assessments, so this is part of DLT's grading committee, and so we talked about it, but we said we'll get there, but Lisa and I ourselves couldn't say these are gonna be the assessments that we're using because that's a separate process. They wanted to learn about curricular extensions, so some of the teachers were really interested in, oh my God, my kids can do so much, what are some extensions we can use? They wanted a plan with other teachers to do that, and placement clarity. So the district response to extra time to co-plan was we set days for 3rd and 4th grade teachers, 5th through 8th grade teachers. We had one full day separate for the different, we had a 5th through 8 math day, we had a 5th through 8 ELA day, and we had a 3rd through 4th math day. And they had the whole day, they got to plan with their counterparts. We had 5th grade come over and meet with 4th grade for math 2 so that they could look at the continuum and how things were going. And we scheduled 2 future dates as well. So what they did during those meetings was they, with their counterparts, went over how things went the first quarter, how the plans were going, how the pacing was going, and then they started to plan for next quarter. And the teachers were phenomenal. They worked super hard. They are so in-depth with the plans that they're making that it was just wonderful to see them work. Pacing flexibility, that explicit permission that was given, to adjust their pacing. They were like, we just weren't sure. We feel like what if I feel like I need to review this? We wrote these plans last year and it says I should be here on week whatever, And what happened is during that planning time, many of the teachers were experiencing the same thing with the same lessons. So it was kind of common where, okay, yeah, so when we do this again next year, we're gonna review whatever they did in 3rd grade for a couple days before we move on. So it was, they didn't know what the kids didn't know. And so now we're trying to adjust that for the next year.
I think the longer that they do that, they'll know what the hiccups are, when you're teaching, when I taught science, I knew that, okay, this lesson is
Right.
gonna be tough. With the flexibility, you said they're allowed to slow down.
Yeah.
Are they allowed to go faster?
They are.
Or is that fast, or the accelerated pace go with extensions, or can they?
It could be both.
It could be both, but they do have the ability to go one way or another.
Yeah, so with the math, what we were hearing is some kids already knew stuff, so with that, they would accelerate and go fast, not teach a lesson that kids already knew. We heard some stuff in ELA where some of the teachers were working together and one teacher had an extension that she shared with another teacher because the teacher had said the students had learned it, they were, she was just wanting a real world application that she could do with her students to extend that lesson, and they worked together. So one had already had it, so that plan time was useful for them to kind of get on board and have the same things. They just did a really good job collaborating.
Okay. Are we, when we're looking at the pacing specifically, we're looking at advanced and different stages, are those higher levels pacing where they need to be compared to where the standard is? And I know this is a very small snapshot in time, right? We've only been in school for a little bit, but as you guys are seeing how this is going, are we seeing, given the flexibility, is everywhere where they need to be?
So as far as the standard, the math kids are, a majority of, they're a year ahead. So the pacing, you just have more flexibility with it because if you're a 4th grade, if you're a 4th grade student and you're in the 5th grade standards, you're already ahead and you don't really, they've already mastered that, that's what we would say. ELA is a little different because those standards tend to spiral kind of. So a lot of the standards are very much the same, but they might have a different word, like analyze, where a younger student wouldn't analyze. And so with those, but the honors and advanced for ELA, let's see, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th are also a grade ahead. So
How are we at 3 and 4 though? That's where I'm really more
Okay.
curious because this is where this is new for us this
Yes.
year, right? How are those classes pacing?
So we don't have for ELA 3rd and 4th grade.
Right, I know that, but
Yeah,
math.
but for math.
Yeah.
So the 4th grade has condensed 4th grade, and they'll be starting 5th grade math. We'll see, we meet with them in December to see where they're at. But they're ahead of where they would normally be. But as far as the standards go, they're not doing those standards that the other classroom would be doing. They're past them.
Got it. I'm just curious
Yeah.
as we look at, this is new for them.
Right.
I'd like to know where, is everything going as well as it should be going at those levels that is new for this year?
Yes.
Okay.
Do we have data that supports that? I think is.
Well, it's too soon to have any data, right? Because the map was in the fall, and
I think map aside though,
There's
where are
no
we at
learning
lesson
yet.
wise, right? That's black and white. We
Yeah.
know what they're teaching,
Yes.
what standards they're working on.
Right.
Even if we had a loose guiding principle of where that is, I think that would help us kind of understand where that program is.
And we do have that.
Okay.
I can get it to you. So we do have that. While the teachers worked, we kind of put it together for math and ELA to just kind of each section, what's different and what they're doing and how far they've gotten.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, we want the kids in those programs to excel, but we also want to make sure that everything is pacing where they need to go, especially with this being new.
And that they're not overwhelmed.
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I completely agree, and that is a concern that I have as well. And this is you know, this is the choppiness of new stuff, right? We're doing something different, especially in 3rd and 4th grade. And I think we put, you know, I'll just say, I think we as a district have put a lot of pressure on our teachers in our advanced placement classes to accelerate, right? I mean, we call it accelerated,
Right.
but we have made that pressure clear. And I think it's interesting that that kind of came up on the survey. I think a lot of the
Yeah.
stuff on this survey is, you know, my instincts would kind of bear out the same things. These are the concerns I would sort of expect to see. I'm glad that we clarified that, right? I think it's the expectation of you guys, I think it's certainly our expectation that our teachers in the classrooms, with the students, with the cohort, kind of know whether their kids, without data, without the, I like to see the data, but without that, they have usually got their thumb on that pulse.
Oh, yeah, they do.
And they know whether the kids, as a group, are generally doing well at this pace or not. But I think it's super important that they feel empowered to adjust accordingly. And I mean, my expectation is just that, look, if the pacing guides that we put together are not churning out, that's fine, right? You should teach to the level that the kids in that room are at, and then raise your hand and say, we need to rethink this pacing guide, not the other way around.
No, totally.
We need to push harder.
No.
We want to push appropriately hard. We want kids to be challenged, not overwhelmed.
Yeah, and we were surprised, because we told them in the spring that this is loose. You know, you're gonna get kids in front of you, they may know some stuff, they may not, and they wrote their pacing guide. And I think they felt a little pressure to keep up with when they all wrote it together, that if we did this together, I don't wanna fall behind, and then my counterpart, you know, is in a different place than I am. And so they really needed that time to come together and co-plan and see where everybody else was at, and that they were experiencing a lot of the same things. And then we were able to revise and then say, okay, well, this is where we're really at, and now we can plan for, you know, the next however many weeks. And then we're gonna meet again in December, review how it went from October to December, and then plan, I think we said we'd meet again after December in February.
So you're referring now to the 5th grade up, right? Which
3rd and
is-
4th too, we alternate.
3rd and 4th too.
Yeah.
Okay. I was gonna say back to what, you know.
Yeah.
Are the 3rd and 4th grade teachers have concerns, or are they, you know, do they feel overwhelmed? You know?
Well, their comment was too, they wanted extra time to co-plan with their counterparts.
But I mean, as far as the pacing with the children there.
They were really relieved to just hear somebody say, yeah, absolutely, you can
just-
slow down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the North Star, right, of common assessments.
North Star.
Yes, it's I don't think it's something that happens quickly, right? Like standardized testing, sure, we've got an approach for that, but like getting down to unit level common assessments, it's not gonna happen overnight. But I think it's another one that's interesting, and I'm glad that it came up here, because I do wonder if in the in-between time, between now and when we really have truly mature, developed common assessments, I feel like there still is a bit of a gap right now where like we're waiting between standardized test gaps to see like, how did we do? That's a long time. I mean, in one academic year, it's a long time, right? We don't know other than grades.
Right.
Right, and I mean, I think we all know like grades have a purpose.
Right.
But that purpose isn't necessarily to tell us if we are paced correctly or are meeting standards in the manner and the pace that we intend to meet them. So I think, I don't know, I'd be interested to see if there was some type of approach we could take without having a super mature, thoroughly developed common assessment, but something in between standardized tests and just regular class quiz, class test that we could look at across, especially I think in the 3rd and 4th grade, where it's newer, to see like, how are we doing on the standards, class to class, room to room?
So we have talked about, like Eureka has modules and they have standard tests at the end. We have to have a little deeper conversation about how is everybody scoring them the same? Are there retakes? And if there are retakes, is that reflected so that we all are comparing the same things? So
This
those
is
are
one of those-
conversations
yeah,
we're
this is one
starting
of
to have.
those- This is one of those tests where I tell my own kids, I'm like, we're testing the school. You know, this isn't a test for you, it's more of a test for us. We need to know if we're doing a good job.
Mhm.
And that's kind of how I would look at this, right? I'm interested not at an individual student level, but I'm interested at a cohort level.
Right.
Is this working? And it's never gonna be a perfect answer, but kind of give us that warm, cold, like, yeah, this seems to be right, or, now actually we're looking at this, maybe not, we need to go back. And the sooner we implement those kind of measures, the better. You know, if we wait a long time, fortunately, you know, as the year progresses, if we're not hitting the mark, or it's different room to room, student to student, teacher to teacher, we're not gonna find out until it's too late in the year to kind of course correct. That's my closing comment and my only
Well, I
big
feel like the
concern.
regular meetings that we're having with the teachers gives us that feedback and them time to collaborate with each other to see if more time does need to be given, discuss what is working and what's not working, and make changes while we're doing it this year. So that we don't wanna wait till the end of the year and just say, oh yeah, how did this go? You know, we're trying to do it in real time with only 6 weeks going by, and then another 6 weeks, so that we're catching anything. And also because, you know, really, the whole year goes by and the next year starts, you kind of forget sometimes, you know, oh, should I have started there? So what they're doing is, we have documents that they're working in, and within those documents, they're changing those lessons together that they all share in real time. So, if we got anything else? Anything else from you guys for us?
Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you.
All right. Dr. Forwood.
Good evening, board, community members. My name is Mike Portwood. A few quick slides from the HR department from this past month. Maybe.
That is a quick one.
The quick report takes a
That's why
while.
we didn't get it in our board book, because this is the title page.
So, quick report on substitutes. As of recent, you know, we have a dashboard that we look at daily that just shows kind of trends within our substitute fill rates. On the left-hand side, you'll see our total active subs, certified teacher subs, and then support staff subs. It really is kudos to Karen and in her efforts to recruit and retain substitutes. You know, 2 years ago, we had 104, 106 total certified subs. Now we're at in the 130s. And I think we'll see that when we talk about some of the fill rates, you'll see that's indicative there. So that's a big win. We're still looking for support staff subs. We'll talk about that in just a minute. So here's our certified staff fill rates, so filled and unfilled. Percentage filled and then unfilled, number of unfilled. You'll see the week of their October 13th was a big change with only 88% of our certified subs filled. That was because we had a big in-service that day and had difficulty in filling those subs. But typically we're filling certified subs 100% of the time, which is a big success. Support staff subs, we're cruising in the 80s typically percent fill rate, which is just okay. We had 4 interviews this week with support staff substitutes through Delta T, one of our third-party agencies, and trying to bolster that pool, and so hopefully that number will go up. But I'm trying to stay, my goal is to be in the mid-90s for support staff subs after the first of the year, so we'll see if we get there. Just a kind of in-house look at some of the inner workings in HR, where we did a support staff evaluation audit, as was completed with certified staff in the Standards for Success program. We're completing a major data cleanup and reframe within the Standards for Success program, just making sure that everyone is paired with the correct evaluator, the correct checklist, the correct evaluation tool. Everyone's been evaluated consistently over the period of time. So just a big kudos to Megan Haynes, or Megan Harris. Megan Harris, sorry, put them wrong, Megan Harris, our district data secretary, for her work in this, so thank you there. Had the opportunity to present at the National HR Convention this past week. It's at the American Association for School Personnel Administrators. Got to speak on poker, proverbs, and interpersonal prowess. It was practical strategies and updated research in reading emotions at the meeting table and then managing emotions at the meeting table. And it was great. It was great to intermingle with other school districts, see what they're doing, but then also to share some of the work that we're doing here. So registration investigation. So as is typical this time of year in October, we start looking at our personal investigator and some of our software that helps us vet residency audits. We have 2 ongoing investigations underway right now using our third-party investigator. In November, we'll be completing our district-wide residency audit. It's in conjunction with Thomson Reuters Clear Services, where basically everyone's information, everything that they upload through registration is inputted into this service that has just a international database that's connecting all kinds of data points in validating whether or not people are actually living where they say they're living, and it gives them a score. So the reason why that's valuable then is that it helps us to, there's 3,600 students in Homer. It helps us to know where to put our efforts in terms of investigating. Are we sure that we're sure that the people who say that they live here actually do, so that taxpayers' money is protected in that regard? So we'll be starting that in November. And then just one last slide. I know it's been hit on a couple of times. Just culture makers here within 33C. The trunk or treat program, the trunk or treat event at Young was just phenomenal. And the Boo Bus, I know we've said it before. I'm glad that Greg had the opportunity to list everyone that was thanked or should be thanked in that, because it was, above and beyond crazy, cool, professional, And as I was there, I just was reminding myself that none of this is required. All of this is outside of work. This is all just the efforts on the team, the transportation team, to create an event that's fun and exciting for our kids and our community. And it is so well done. So just kudos to them too. And then Renee, I'm going to lean on you just a little bit. Our special education teachers put on an event. It was like a spooky lunch for some of our students, and it was another one of those events where we don't have to do this, and it's just out of the hearts of our teachers and our administrators to do something fun and engaging for our students. It was out at Ross School. Who would be most appropriate to thank for an event like that, Renee?
Actually, it was Amy.
I'll do that, since we would thank Renee and Bridget and the Special Services Department, along with Tim, Russ.
Yep.
They all put it on, and they do a great job.
And I was gonna thank Amy, Daphne, and Michelle Zagorowski, because they did a lot of the planning for us, the ordering for us, as far as treats for the kids, activities for the kids. And Mr. Russ helps us get out to decorate. Just invite all the SI classrooms and plan an hour and a half with each one of them to do those activities.
Yeah,
It was fun. That picture right there was a fun time. We were in the middle of telling jokes. My jokes are so bad, they bought a joke book so that I could read the jokes. And, they should. And the kids decided to take over, and they wanted to tell jokes. And
they were so.
It was wonderful.
They were better than yours.
They 100% agree.
Yeah, if you were there for just even 5 minutes, you could feel kind of the palpable fun and community that was inside that room, and it's just the type of thing that makes Homer a unique place, that kind of community. So thanks to Renee and her team and Tim for going above and beyond in that regard. So, anything else for me?
I like that a lot, Mike. That's a nice future addition to, I think, monthly reports. I love it. Thanks, Mike.
Yep.
All right, Dr. Shafi.
I just wanted to share, I won't be as eloquent as Ms. Berwin and Ms. Corrales, but Ms. Garrity was a beloved school psychologist here for over 10 years at a Young school. I just would ask everybody to keep her family and her colleagues at Young in your thoughts and prayers. I want to invite everybody out to our first annual Veterans Night. We have a basketball game against Manhattan Junior High on November 11th. It's gonna be the first game in our new gym. Fingers crossed it's open in time. The 7th grade boys game will start at 4:15. Our veterans and family are invited to meet at 4:45 in the Homer Junior High cafeteria for refreshments and snacks. And then at 5:30, we will present and honor our veterans before the start of our 8th grade game. Also that evening, after honoring our veterans, we will honor Coach Bill Pavlich, who's a former Homer High School teacher, coach, and athletic director. Mr. Pavlich will be inducted into our new Wall of Fame and will be the first coach honored for that. If you have a chance, please come out that evening, and it should be a lot of fun. That's all I have.
That's great. Item 7, old business. We have no old business at this time, so we'll move to item 8, new business. And we are going to item 8A. We are seeking a motion and a second to approve the notice of retirement for Anne Marie Cochran, 5th grade teacher at Hadley Middle School, subject to compliance with the applicable requirements. I'm sorry, it's Anne Marie Corcoran. I need to go back. We are seeking a motion and a second to approve the notice of retirement for Anne Marie Corcoran, 5th grade teacher at Hadley Middle School, subject to compliance with the applicable requirements of TRS and the district's collective bargaining agreement effective at the end of the 2030 school year.
So moved.
Second.
And a roll call, please.
Martin?
Yes.
Sully?
Yes.
Oster?
Yes.
Wolf?
Yes.
Panorama?
Yes.
Fitzman?
Yes.
And Tracy?
Yes. Okay, thank you. We'll move to item B. We are seeking a motion and a second to approve the retirement of the following individuals subject to compliance with the terms and conditions of the district's one-time IMRF retirement incentive program and to approve separation agreements with said employees. Joan Giroux, paraprofessional at Goodings Grove School, effective June 2nd, 2026.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. And a roll call, please.
Ms. Sully?
Yes.
Oster?
Yes.
Wolf?
Yes.
Panorama?
Yes.
Fitzman?
Yes.
Martin?
Yes.
And Tracy?
Yes. On item C, we are seeking a motion and a second to approve the recommendation to approve policy updates, second read and adoption, Press Plus update memo, issue number 119, and the policies with proposed changes highlighted first read only, 1:30, 3:30, 4:50, 4:90, 4:180, 5:20, 5:20-E, 5:270, 7:40, 7:90, 7:130, 7:300, 7:325, 8:110, and 5-year review of policies 1:10, 1:20, 2:210, 2:80, 2:120-E2, 2:130, 2:220-E7, 2:240, 7:140, 8:80, and policy exhibits rewritten by ISB, 2:120-E1, 2:220-E4, 2:220-E9, 2:240-E1, and 2:240-E2.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. And a roll call, please.
Oster?
Did I misread?
Yes.
Wolf?
Did I do a misread for?
Yes. What if you just say it?
Which one did I
Which
misread?
one
It
was
would have
it?
been the 2:.
Alright, I'll reread the 5-year reviews. 1:10, 1:20, 2:10, 2:80, 2:120-E2, 2:130, 2:220-E7, 2:240, 7:140, and 8:80.
Do I have to move again?
Yes.
Moved. Second.
Alright, and a roll call.
Oster?
Yes.
Wolf?
Yes.
Panorama?
Yes.
Fitzman?
Yes.
Martin?
Yes.
Ms. Sully?
Yes.
And Tracy?
Yes. Sometimes I think that you guys put these together just to see how many words you can make me say. All right, we are gonna move to item D. Before we do anything, I'll go to you, Lisa.
So after teachers got together for a second planning round, they had a few more books that they wanted to add. A couple weren't available and a couple are new finds. So there are new books, just about 7, I think.
Okay, any questions or comments? Okay, on item D, we are seeking a motion and a second to approve the request for additional K-1 units of study text for quarter 2.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, and a roll call, please.
Wolf?
Yes.
Shonarama? Yes. Itzman?
Yes.
Martin?
Yes.
Maselli?
Yes.
Oster?
Yes.
And Tracy?
Yes. All right, on item E, Mr. Kirkus, any comments?
So this is the annual transfer we have to make from our operations and maintenance fund to the debt service fund so that we can pay the principal and interest on our debt certificates from 2018.
Do we miss Oh. Let's go back really quickly. So item D, Lisa. on the
There
list,
are
isn't
the
two
same
different
name,
ones?
2 different
Two
authors. That's
authors.
correct.
That's
Okay.
correct. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
thanks
you.
for checking.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
perfect. Good catch.
Sorry, Al.
That's okay. Back to item E, do we have any questions from, questions or comments, from Mr. Kirkus or any members of the board? Okay, on item E, we are seeking a motion and a second to approve the resolution to effect interfund transfer from operations and maintenance fund to debt service fund.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, and a roll call, please.
Shonarama?
Yes.
Itzman?
Yes.
Martin?
Yes.
Maselli?
Yes.
Oster?
Yes.
Wolf?
Yes.
And Tracy?
Yes. And item F, Mr. Kirkus.
This is the school maintenance project grant that we apply for annually and typically get. We just have to have the board authorize the application, and this year, the plan would be to use it for improvements to and repairs to the young school playground, much like we did for Shilling this year.
Questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing none. On item F, we are seeking a motion and a second to authorize and direct the Assistant Superintendent for Business to submit the school maintenance project grant application for maintenance and improvements to the playground at Young School.
So moved.
Second.
And a roll call, please.
Itzman?
Yes.
Martin?
Yes.
Maselli?
Yes.
Oster?
Yes.
Wolf?
Yes.
Shonarama?
Yes.
And Tracy?
Yes. All right, 460s.
So 460s, this month, we have 2 contracted employees, a school psychologist and a special education teacher. And then we have window panel replacements on the second level of the junior high school. That's the beginning of that project. We're spacing that out over a couple of years. And then it also new gym mats. I guess these technically would be wrestling mats to add to the current ones that will eventually get replaced.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay. We are seeking a motion and a second to authorize contracting 1 school psychologist, 1 special education teacher, replacing window panels at Homer Junior High, and new wrestling mats in the estimated total amount of $219,155.
So moved.
Second.
And a roll call, please.
Martin?
Yes.
Maselli?
Yes.
Oster?
Yes.
Wolf?
Yes.
Shonarama?
Yes.
Itzman?
Yes.
And Tracy?
Yes. And item H, Dr. Sharp.
So our strategic plan is up this year. A few months ago, actually a couple months ago, we met with Dr. Madonia, who's a former superintendent. He has RJM Consulting Services. He's worked with a few area school districts to update their strategic plans. Attached into your board book is kind of an overview of his process. It's very similar to a lot of the same strategic planning processes that, if you were involved in our last process. It's a little condensed in that the strategic planning committee will be 2 full days. The one thing that I do like about this process is he will schedule a meeting with the board to give the board an opportunity to provide input and guidance on specific areas of focus that the board wants to see in the strategic plan. And then there's a follow-up process a year out to see how we're doing on our goals and what we need to continue to improve on. Any questions?
Good, we'll get that started soon, hopefully. All right, on item H, we are seeking a motion and a second to approve RJM Consulting Services, Inc. to facilitate a 5-year strategic plan in the amount of $13,900.
So moved.
Second.
And roll call, please.
Maselli?
Yes.
Oster?
Yes.
Wolf?
Yes.
Shawarama? Yes. Pittman?
Yes.
Martin? Yes. And Tracy?
Yes. Over to you, Mr. Curtis.
Okay, and the moment you all been waiting for. This is the annual presentation of the tentative tax levy. So this is part one of a two-part process. Figure out where the best place to stand here is. I will go over here. Starting with the timeline, so the levy has to be filed with the county clerk, working backwards, by the last Tuesday in December, which in this case is actually the 30th of December. Before that, we have to present a tentative levy to the board, which is what we're doing tonight. And then the board will have to adopt the levy and a number of resolutions to go with it, and that has to be done at least 20 days after the presentation of the tentative levy. So we actually make that, I think, by 1 or 2 days with board meetings being so close together between October and November. It used to be 30 days, but because it happens in this month, we actually changed the law, or changed the rules for this, because so many board meetings had to be rescheduled just to make that 30-day window. So a couple of definitions that are relevant to this conversation. PTEL, the Property Tax Extension Limitation Law, that's what governs how we actually can do the levy, the rules surrounding it. And basically the big thing about it is some districts can basically decide what they're going to need for whatever their functions are the next year, and then they levy accordingly, whatever that number happens to be. So it could be larger in some cases, smaller in some cases, year to year. Under PTEL, if you do that, you get penalized. So the way PTEL forces the levy to basically be done is we basically levy 5% or CPI, whichever one is actually greater, so I'm sorry, lesser of the two, over the last year's extension. So whatever the district collected in taxes last year through the tax extension, we're allowed to basically get CPI over that for the next year, and that would be true for any PTEL district. There are some districts that don't fall under PTEL in the state, just in case you were wondering, because we always talk about it like this is the norm. Cook County, most of Will County, we're all under PTEL, but there are some places a little bit further out. Grundy County, for instance, they don't fall under PTEL, so they can do their levies in a different way. There's kind of different rules that apply. So that increases CPI, specifically it's called CPI-U, so if you ever looked it up on the government's website, assuming they're still running, you look for CPI-U to find the correct one, because there's a number of different CPIs that are available out there. In this particular case, it's 2.9% that's actually set. We find that out last January, and it comes from the previous December's rate of inflation over the previous year. So this number we've known about since last year. For next year, we're still kind of in limbo. This last month came in at 3%, so it's similar to the 2.9 for next year likely, but we won't know until actually December comes and goes and we're into January to know what the number will be for next year. The limiting rate is a PTEL term, but basically it's the tax rate that we're allowed to basically collect. That's the tax rate that winds up being calculated out of all of this. Bond and interest rate, that would be if we had referendum debt that we had issued. That's actually done separately from all of the other levies that are kind of part of this process, and it would be added on. We don't have any referendum debt, so there's not going to be anything in that category. And then just to be clear, because people get these two terms confused all the time, the levy is basically what we're going to request in taxes, right? It's the document, it's just, here's our invoice, this is what we'd like to get from you. The extension is what we actually get. So that's what the county clerk will actually bill the residents for. They're not the same. The levy, almost, the extension cannot possibly be higher than the levy, but you can actually make a mistake and have a smaller levy than you would be eligible for, in which case you would kind of lose those funds going into the future. And then the last piece is, if for some reason the total amount of the levy this year exceeds 5% of what we collected last year, then we have to comply with what are called the truth in taxation laws, which basically requires a publication of a notice in the newspaper, and it also requires us to have a hearing before we actually do pass the levy. Oh, come on now. It was working. There it goes. Just too far. Okay, so a couple of pieces about this process. There's two things we don't know at this point in time that are going to be completely relevant to how the calculations are done, so we have to estimate them. The two pieces that we don't know is the total equalized assessed value, or essentially the value of all the property in the district. That obviously changes year to year. The assessor's job is to come up with a new number every year. We don't know what that number is yet. We got kind of an idea, but we don't really know what that number is, and that's relevant. And then the other piece of this is how much new construction happened in the district, and then how much of that is going to show up on the tax rolls for this year. We don't know that either. We have, again, a guess, and we know historically kind of what's happening. We can gauge it, but we don't actually know the number. In terms of kind of having to guess, we get an estimate from the county supervisor of assessments, and they gave us kind of a number, threw it out there. They said it's the EAV would be like a 17.89% increase from last year's EAV. They always throw a number out at us that seems crazy high, and it always is, so I never go with that. So we cut that down to 8% for our purposes of our calculations, and you'll see how that plays in a few minutes. And then they also gave us an estimated new construction EAV from the county supervisor of assessments. They gave us $24.9 million, and actually, historically, I think that's pretty close, and they've been fairly close in terms of the new construction numbers. So we're gonna go with $25 million in terms of our estimates for the calculations. So if you use their numbers, basically, you can see that the total new construction market value there is about $75 million. So in terms of property sales, we would have seen about $75 million of new property come online of actual real estate transactions that came online out of the tax rolls this year. I have to stand over there. Thank you, sir. Okay, so this is the computation. We're going to just ignore this slide, go to the next one. This is the easier way to talk about it. So there is a computation. You can go back to that previous slide if you want in the presentation, but this one is more intuitive, I think. So basically what we have, let me explain this little window here that we have. So last year, the extension was $58,570,000 and change. Okay, that's what the county actually billed residents for. That bill was assessed over all of the property in the district, plus whatever was considered new property last year. Okay, so there was some new property that came online. That's all of that included. So this year, that same property, not including new property for this year, that same property can be basically taxed at this amount plus 2.9%. So the actual increase from here to this $60,269,260, that's a 2.9% increase, okay? And it's for the same grouping of property. Once we have that number and we know what the 2.9% increase is, and we guess at what the new EAV is, because last year we had an EAV, and then remember I said we're going to use an estimate of 8% for the EAV increase as opposed to that 18% or whatever they said. We come up with this $1.73 billion EAV for the district, okay? Once we have those two numbers, we can calculate a tax rate. It's just a division, right? You just divide basically the amount of taxes divided by the EAV and get a tax rate. Once we have our tax rate, 3.480%, as opposed to last year, which was 3.6596%, we apply that tax rate to the new construction. So whatever this $25 million, we multiply it times this tax rate, and then we add the two numbers together, and that's our total levy. So the base levy is just the 2.9% increase, and the only thing that goes above the 2.9% increase is any tax that can be put onto the new construction. Otherwise, this property hasn't been taxed at anything yet. It's just come online. So we have to apply that same tax rate to that. So the total levy amount that we can get would be the combination of the two, and that's what we have here. So this is the 6269 plus, and then about $870,000 because of the 25 million in new construction. Put those two numbers together, and we get 61,139,289. Okay? Now you can see, if this number is wrong, if the new construction is wrong, I'm guessing 25 million. If it's bigger, that number will be bigger, which means the levy would have to be bigger to capture all of it. But we can never get more than we ask for. So if we ask for too little, even if we're entitled to this amount, we'll never get it, we'll never see it again, because again, it's based on the previous year's extension, which will then be shorted, and then that shorting continues on in perpetuity and compounds year over year. And unfortunately, that actually happened to us last year. When we did this process, I had mentioned to the board that there's a possibility, because it was a 3.9%, I believe, was the CPI last year. And on the next slide, I'll say I mentioned to the board that if our new construction comes in too high, we could wind up getting shorted, and that's exactly what happened. The new construction came in higher, but the board didn't want to go through the truth and taxation process and all of those pieces. So we did wind up not capturing everything that the district could have been entitled to, because we didn't want to jump through that additional hoop at the time. So, okay, so this is another way to kind of look at it. So remember, we were talking about the $25 million in new property, and then here's our EAV increase, 8%. So depending on how we look at the EAV increase and how we see new property, this gives you the actual levy amounts. It just kind of goes through the various blocks, how that could be. What's important about this graph is not so much this number, it's this number. So if this continued out further, this red would just start to populate all the way down, right? Anything in red requires truth and taxation. It triggers truth and taxation requirements. So we have to publish in the paper, we have to tell everybody that it's going to be a larger increase, and then we have to have the hearing as well. If we don't go into the red, we don't have to do that. We have a regular board meeting, we pass this certificate of tax levy, et cetera, it's done. So the idea is to levy right up to the red as far as we can, knowing that we'll only actually receive this. This is what the goal is, this is what we think we're going to get based on 25 million and 8%. But should I be wrong and the new construction comes in at 27 million, we're still fine. Or if the new construction comes in at 29 million, we're still fine. But if the new construction comes in over here like $35 million, we're not fine. We're going to wind up losing out on the levy when otherwise it should have been money that should have been captured in that process. The only other thing that's interesting about this graph in my mind is the fact that as the EAV goes up, the actual levy amounts go down. And that's because the only new money comes in from the actual new construction. And as the EAV goes up, the new construction percentage, as compared to the big picture of all the property in the district, gets smaller. So as that gets smaller, it's less of an increase. So you see that it actually goes down from like 61 million 2 to 61 million 1, just as the EAV increases. So it's kind of a funny little shell game, and we have to guess at it. And this is what happened last year. This number wasn't quite this far away. It was around here, and we took a shot, and we said, we'll be okay. We kind of lost on that battle, I think to the tune of around $70,000, I believe is what it turned out to be. So, and that doesn't sound bad, but over 10 years, plus compounding, you're pushing $1 million.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I really try to avoid that. That's why we always try to levy right up. And then if we think that it's going to go over, it's worth triggering the truth and taxation requirements to make sure that we don't miss it. Okay, once we have that, then we know the total amount. Again, this is that goal amount, that high amount, right, just beneath the truth and taxation requirements. We split that up over the various pieces of the levy. These are the various types of levy that are involved in this, and they go into different funds, so that's just kind of a detailed piece. But the key here is we're going to request 61.4, but the real expectation is that we're only ever going to receive 61.1. So we're requesting a little more, but we know we're not going to get that. We're going to get closer to the 61.1. And then these amounts, this is the preliminary version of this. I might tweak them a little bit, but it's likely they'll be very similar to this. So how does this actually, oh, too much. there we go. So how does this actually then kind of play out? Once we know the levy amounts and the EAV, like I said before, we divide to get the tax rate, we already know that. And then this just goes through the details of how that looks out. That's where we get our 3.4801% for the tax rate. And then we don't have any referendum debt, so this winds up being $0, so there's no tax rate to increase it. So the total estimated tax rate for the school district in terms of the property tax bill would be 3.4801%. If you click. No, try again. Thank you. So how does that actually play out to a typical residence, right? So if we're looking at, for instance, a $400,000 home, $400,000 the previous year, assuming the EAV of that home went up 8%, right, that turned it into a $432,000 market value home. That market value home, to get an equalized assessed valuation, first we divide it into thirds, right? So right off the bat, we go a third of that. That brings us to $144,000. That's the actual EAV, right? The $8,000 is a homestead exemption that comes down. This equalization factor, which is the E in EAV, is always 1.0 for pretty much every district except for Cook County, or every county except for Cook County. That's the only one that this would be different on. And that gets us our total EAV. So the EAV minus the exemption gets us to the 136. You apply the 3.4801% tax rate to the 136, it gives you the total tax of $47.33 for that home. That's the district's portion only of the tax bill, just to be clear. Which compared to last year is about a $155 increase on a typical $400,000 home for the district portion of the tax bill. And then I need to go back one. There it goes. Okay, and then the last piece, and I've already shown this to the board, this will be the third time, but the law is written in a weird way where it has to be brought up over and over again. This is a public act report that's required to show the cash disclosures of the district, the fund balances basically, and then what we have in outstanding debt. These numbers are from June 30th. It's exactly the same one I showed you during the budget presentations. So in total, we still have outstanding debt principal and interest of $4.5 million. We have a total cash balances of $46,113,145, essentially cash in the bank. And if you subtract the differences here, total fund balance, yes. Total, if you take away the debt from the fund balance, I'm having trouble reading this, I'm sorry. It's $41.4 million, basically. If we were to like somehow pay off all our debt immediately, we'd still have $41.4 million as of June 30th of this past year. One more. And that's it. Questions?
No, I think that is really an excellent overlay, Al. I mean, I know we go through this every year. It's complicated. It's not intuitive, I don't think, but I think you did an excellent job of making it very clear and understandable. And I think we appreciate it. I think the community also appreciates it.
Okay, so the next step will be at the next board meeting in November. I will bring all of the levy documentation. The board will actually approve the levy. There will not need to be a hearing because we're not really in need of the truth and taxation piece of it here. And then we'll sign off on that and then it'll be done.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you.
Thanks, Al. Okay. Future board meeting agenda items. We do have one. We're still working to schedule the board workshop. So we need some dates, I think.
So I reached out to our facilitator from IASB to do the starting right workshop that the board would like to do. I have the following dates to offer everybody. December 15th. Just want to put out there that December 16th is our board meeting, so that would be two nights in a row. January 7th, January 12th, January 22nd, and then January 28th, kind of the same thing on the 28th, that would be a Wednesday, that Tuesday, 27th is a board meeting. Are there any dates that would work?
Want us to look now then? Can I get an idea?
I would like to if possible.
Okay.
Mary Lou promises to get us the
I will be out of the country on January 12th, and January 7th is the day before I leave. So I'd prefer not that one, but I could if needed.
Thanks, Josh. So how about the 15th, the 22nd, or 28th?
The rest are good.
Well, the 22nd is not adjacent to a board meeting, and Josh is in the United States of America. So that's two positives. I don't mind that it's adjacent to a meeting, I'm just calling out that it'd be a lot, 2 days, you know. But whatever works for you guys. Any of those?
Would you want to do it in January after the holidays, or? I don't know, it's up to you guys.
I don't
So it
mind.
sounds like it's the 22nd, 28th, or 12th, 15th. 1/20, it sounds like,
Yeah, well,
because
Josh is out.
he's
for
out the 7th, the 12th.
Yeah.
So that leaves either 12/15, 1/22, or 1/28.
Correct, Monday.
So,
January 22nd works for everybody? Going once, twice, sounds good.
I would prefer after the holidays.
That works, and then we don't have a meeting right after that, or right before that, so that's probably the best.
So January
January
22nd.
22nd.
Basketball season's coming.
Okay, well, thank you guys.
Thursday. Thursday.
I think that's our only.
Do we have a time, or is that to be
We'll get that,
determined later?
we'll get that nailed down from the facilitator.
Okay.
Do you have a preferred time, earlier, later? I think it's like 2 or 3 hours.
Yes, yeah, about 2 hours.
So if we start, if we were able to start a little, not set like 5 or 6, that would be probably better, but I don't know if it's scheduled allow for that. Yeah.
Not 5.
6? 6 maybe, we shoot for 6?
That's fine.
Okay, we'll shoot for 6, we gotta see what their availability is. Okay, thank you, I'll appreciate it. Okay, any other future board meeting agenda items? Okay. Hearing none, we will move to item 10. We are looking for a motion to go into closed session. So, we are seeking a motion and a second to go into closed session for discussion of 1, the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee of the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity. 2, discussion of collective negotiating matters between the public body and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salary schedules for 1 or more classes of employees. 3, the placement of individual students in special education programs and other matters relating to individual students. 5 ILCS 120/2 C10.
So moved.
Second.
And a roll call, please.
Bolster?
Yes.
Wolf?
Yes.
Chanarana?
Yes.
Hitzman?
Yes.
Martin?
Yes.
Maselli?
Yes.
And Tracy?
Yes. All right, and we will have action after closed session this evening. Okay. All right, good evening. We are reconvened in open session at 11:20 PM, and we are moving to item 12. We are seeking a motion and a second to find uniform grievance procedure complaint unfounded and to direct legal counsel to draft board's written decision in accordance with board policy 2:260.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, and a roll call, please.
Wolf,
Yes.
Chandrana,
Abstain.
Hitzman,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Maselli,
Yes.
Oster,
Yes.
and Tracy.
Yes. And item 13, we are seeking a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 We will adjourn at 11:21 PM. Thank you.